Good morning, Brave Nation. It's an early start for UNCP softball today. Senior day for UNCP softball as they host the Montevallo Falcons. With Jamal McAllister, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's give you the Senior Day ceremony before the 11 a.m. first pitch. And it goes like this. UNCP softball. We will celebrate the seniors, but first we will recognize the visiting seniors from Montevallo University. Jenna Kelby Armstrong, Rachel Conley, Shelby Lopez, Jocelyn Higgerson, number 15, Lexus Wilson, number 23, Sydney Abunasar, and number 26, Hannah McCreelis. That's a very cool thing. Jamal, I can't remember the last time we saw a UNCP team also recognize the visiting seniors. And it sounds like the other team is not really used to this either. It's a very excellent display of sportsmanship.
Yeah, Ken, we don't really see teams doing this kind of notion to the other team, especially on their senior day.
And this is a Montevallo program. We'll talk a little bit more about it throughout the course of the broadcast. 2 games here today, but this is just a team that's playing softball for their second season. Now, the third season of the program and the second season of competition for the University of Montevallo Falcons. And it's been something of a disappointing year. They're in last place in the Peach Belt Conference this year after a solid year last year where they went 11-13 in the Peach Belt Conference. But they're not really the story here today. The story today is UNCP softball and their senior class. First up, pitcher Katie Saunders will be recognized. A native of Laguna Niguel, California, Saunders was a transfer from Bryant University. Katie's the daughter of Cindy and Daryl Saunders, an exercise science major. She's played in 61 games with 50 starts in her 2 seasons with the Braves. Katie's recorded 30 wins, including 3 shutouts and 43 complete games. She's thrown 339 innings in her 2 seasons as a Brave and recorded 206 strikeouts with a 3.03 ERA. Katie has not committed an error in her 2-year career for a perfect 1,000 fielding percentage. Her first win as a Brave came February 7th, 2014 in a 7-2 victory over Pfeiffer. Katie, a member of the 2015 PBC Presidential Honor Roll and recipient of the 2015 Division II Academic Achievement Award, is escorted by her mother, Cindy Saunders. Now, from a broadcast standpoint, it gives me chills a little bit to say she has that perfect fielding percentage. She's got 2 more regular season games. But she hasn't committed an error yet, and I'd like to believe she won't commit one here today. Now, Whitney Jackson, a native of Farmville, North Carolina. Jackson is the daughter of Robbie Kirkham and Anthony Jackson. Whitney is an exercise and sports science major with a minor in psychology. She recorded her first career hit against Mars Hill on February 24th, 2013. She's played in 181 games with 171 hits, 119 runs scored, and 50 runs batted in 4 seasons for the Braves. Jackson has logged 22 doubles, 5 triples, 7 home runs, none more dramatic than her first, a grand slam in 2014. She's compiled a .326 batting average and a .427 slugging percentage in the black and gold. Jackson, a 2-time member of the PBC All-Academic Team and a 3-time member of the PBC Presidential Honor Roll, is escorted by her mother, Ronnie Kirkham, father, A.J. Jackson, Gina Langston, and Ashley Langston. Very emotional for the whole family. UNCP head coach Brittany Bennett really emphasizes the family aspect for this team, and it's a tough day for not just the seniors playing their last home games, but for the entire team, and coming to grips with the realization that these seniors are not going to be a part of the team very soon. Now, Morgan Davis, a native of Winterville. Morgan is the daughter of Linda and Jeff Davis. She's pursuing her master's degree in health and physical education. Davis recorded her first career hit against Belmont Abbey February 13th, 2012. She's played in 147 games, tallying 95 hits, 45 runs scored, and 25 runs batted in 4 seasons. Davis has logged 3 doubles and 1 triple, maintaining a .267 batting average and a .311 on-base percentage. member of the 2016 PBC All-Academic Team and three-time member of the Peach Belt Conference Presidential Honor Roll. Morgan is escorted by her mother, Linda, father, Jeff, sisters Amanda and Cameron, grandmother, Maria Davis, Aunt Karen Applegate, Uncle Kirk Applegate, and travel ball coaches Charlie Langley and Joey Joyner. The whole family here for number 11, Morgan Davis. What a season it's been for the Braves. Clinching their first trip to the Peach Belt Conference tournament since 2011, their most wins in the conference since 2008. These seniors have been a very big part of the turnaround here in Pembroke. UNCP softball, led by head coach Brittany Bennett in her third season. So we'll also recognize the senior athletic trainer, Kelsey Fraser. Kelsey's a graduate assistant athletic trainer for the UNCP softball team and will graduate with a Master in Arts and Physical Education degree with a concentration in sports administration. After graduation, Kelsey will start her journey as an athletic training resident at Emory Sports Medicine in Atlanta, Georgia. As the crowd gives one last round of applause for all of the seniors that have been such a key part of a very, very good season for UNCP softball all year long. 2016 senior class, senior day for UNCP softball. They'll pose for a couple pictures and then get ready to go. The Montevallo Falcons waiting, looking for a couple more wins. The Falcons coming in at 19-34, 3-17 in the Peach Belt Conference. UNCP at 26-23-1, 12-10 in the Peach Belt Conference. The Braves, depending on today's results, can finish anywhere from 4th to 7th in the PBC standings. We'll get to all of that throughout the course of the broadcast. Montevallo lost both games against Francis Marion yesterday. They'll wrap up their slate tomorrow against defending national champion and Peach Belt Conference regular season champion North Georgia. UNCP wraps up their regular season here today on senior day against the Montevallo Falcons. First pitch coming up in just a few minutes. We'll also have the starting lineups. Got to get those extra pictures in. Team only, get the coaches in, get the families in there as well. And couldn't have asked for a nicer day. Wind blowing in. It's been windy all morning. We'll see if it dies down or stays windy. But the temperature right in the mid-60s to about 70 degrees is the expected high today. It feels a little bit cooler with the wind and also being in the shade. But could certainly do a lot worse for your senior day. Couple more pictures. Because, hey, on a gorgeous day like this, take the couple extra pictures. You know, why not? Got a nice early start today. We have all day. Montevallo does face a long trip back to Georgia for their next game tomorrow against North Georgia. And the Braves will obviously accommodate them by trying to get these games done as quickly as possible. With wins in both games today, at least that's what you would expect based on the records, with the Falcons having a 3-17 conference mark, the Braves 12-10 in the league. You certainly would not be out of the realm of possibility or even expectation for the Braves to win both games here. Should the Braves win both, they could do no worse than 5th in the Peach Belt Conference. Right now, UNCP in a dead heat with Georgia College, who will be hosting the Peach Belt Conference tournament next weekend. Both teams 12-10 in the league. But Georgia College has the tiebreaker by virtue of being the only team to defeat North Georgia. So the Braves, in order to finish higher than Georgia College, would need to finish with a better conference record. Georgia College is playing against USC Aiken with game times of 1 and 3 p.m. Live stats would be available for that on those schools' respective athletic websites and also on the Peach Belt Conference website if you want to do a little scoreboard watching. But barring something crazy here, as in Montevallo taking both games, Got to imagine the Braves and Georgia College would be the opening round matchup as the 4-5 matchup. But what could be interesting, if the Braves win, both Georgia College only wins 1 out of 2 here today. The Braves would play at Georgia College over the weekend in the opening round of the Peach Belt Conference Tournament, which is a single elimination format. But the Braves would be the home team. That's could be a real trip for Georgia College, and at least would play with their psyches a little bit if they're playing in your home field, but you're the visiting team. That's what the Braves are playing for here today. They would need a little bit of help from USC-Aiken in order to get that. But with, again, 2 wins today, the Braves could finish no worse than 5th. For a team that's missed the Peach Belt Conference Tournament the last couple years, this is a huge step up. What a season it's been for UNCP. An opportunity here today to pick up 2 more wins as the Braves host the Montevallo Falcons. Looks like we've wrapped up most of the picture taking here. And we'll be just ready to go in a moment. Step aside briefly. When we come back, we'll have the starting lineups. This is UNCP Braves softball.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Back at LRA Field on the campus of UNC Pembroke, UNCP Braves softball senior day against the Montevallo Falcons. With Jamal McAllister, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network. 2 games here today. First pitch for Game 1 coming up in just a moment, right about 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Then the second game follows the first game by about 30 minutes, scheduled for roughly 1 p.m. Eastern Time. as the Braves wrap up their Peach Belt Conference slate against the Falcons, who will line up like this. The head coach of the Falcons is Lindsey Vanover, who's the first coach in program history. This is the second season of competitions from Montevallo. Their starting lineup is as follows. Celestia Davila will lead off and play left field, then Shelby Clark, the second baseman. Freshman Lady Sarah Federico will be behind the plate and batting third. Sophomore designated player Kelsey Vining bats cleanup. She is one of the best players in the conference and the team leader far and away in batting average at .491. See if the Braves pitch to her much. Rachel Conley bats fifth, followed by Alexis Wilson. The seventh spot will be held down by Caitlin Thompson, the sophomore third baseman. Then freshman right fielder Kendra Buckley. And finally, Darby Duke, the sophomore, playing center field. In the circle for Montevallo will be Jocelyn Rivera. We'll tell you more about her when she gets ready to throw in the bottom of the first inning when the Braves come to bat for the first time. But now, the Braves starting lineup being introduced on the last day of the regular season, as UNCP head coach Brittany Bennett lines up her Braves in a very familiar formation, especially for the Game 1, as it will be Katie Saunders in the circle, and the defense behind her will be Jamie Johnson at third and leading off, then Whitney Jackson playing center field. Batting third is junior Abby Walters. Taylor Gerhardt, the shortstop, in the cleanup spot, then catcher Tony Nelson. First baseman Savannah Melvin, designated player Carly Rooks. In left field, sophomore number 10 Lexi Cox, and the senior number 11 second baseman Morgan Davis, rounding out the batting order for UNCP. Katie Saunders would be in the circle. Our umpiring crew today, behind the plate, is Greg Krapps, and then in the infield, Don Settles. That is the starting lineup for the UNCP Braves on Senior Day as they host the Montevallo Falcons. The Braves wearing their black jerseys and Montevallo wearing white, but don't be confused, Braves fans. Just because the Falcons are wearing white, they are still the visiting team. National anthem time here in Pembroke. We will pause briefly as the national anthem plays. We are just about ready to go on Senior Day, and we're so glad you're with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we invite you to stand with hats off and hands on the hearts if you are able as we honor America and those that protect it with the playing of our national anthem.
As you may be able to hear in our headsets, it is very windy in Pembroke today. And, we apologize for any wind that makes it into the headset and kind of comes into your viewing area. It's one of the drawbacks of having an outdoor press box. Plenty of benefits to having that outdoor press box, too. We get plenty of fresh air. We also get to stay on our toes and the very small chance of a foul ball coming our way. But the wind is also a serious drawback, and we'll do our best to try to push it the other way and have it blow out towards the outfield, because right now it's blowing straight in from center field. We'll try to control the weather with our minds, and we'll tell you how that goes as this game gets ready to go. Katie Saunders in the circle, the senior, making her 30th appearance of the season and her 25th start. She does have 20 complete games this year and a 14-12 win-loss record, 160 innings pitched, right on the dot, a 3.33 ERA, as she has struck out 77 and walked 59. Opponents hitting 268 against her. As the Montevallo Falcons, 19-34 overall, 3-17 in the Peach Belt Conference, come up to bat for the first time. Braves, 26-23-1, 12-10 in league play. One of the best seasons in recent memory for UNCP. Their most PBC wins since they actually won the league in 2008, going 19-1. Leading off for Montevallo will be left fielder Celestia Davila. The sophomore is hitting .347 this season. One of the few bright spots in terms of batting average for Montevallo this year in what's been a down season. Swings at the first pitch, fouls it back, and we are underway right at 11 a.m.
What beautiful softball weather we're having today, Cameron. I mean, it's perfect. It's a little windy, but other than that, it's a good day for softball.
Next pitch to Davila, misses high. 63 degrees right now. Should warm up to about 70, 72 degrees by 3 p.m., just in time for us to be about done with today's games. 1-1 offering to Davila, misses high. That will be the high temperature today. Looking at the week ahead for Pembroke, it should get really warm over the course of the week and then cooling back off with some rain, perhaps, over the weekend. We'll keep our eye on that over the course of the week as UNCP will host the Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships over the weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of this upcoming week. We'll be streaming all of the track events for you right here on our YouTube channel, so be sure to check that out. Full count to get things started to Celestia Davila. 3 home runs on the season, 28 runs batted, and she's the team leader in that category. She swings, pops this one up in the infield. Gerhardt on the run, in foul territory, makes the catch for the first out. Saunders had to work to get that out. We've seen Katie Saunders have some very quick innings in terms of keeping a low pitch count. She threw more pitches to Davila than she has in whole innings at points in the season. Now with the plate for Montevallo is Shelby Clark. The sophomore owns a .313 batting average. 5 of her 21 hits this year have been doubles. Here's the 0-1 from Saunders. Bunt shown, it stays high. And the quick reaction by Johnson. She came charging in, almost overran it, able to make the catch for the second out. So 2 away, bases empty for the Falcons in the top of the first. Freshman catcher Lady Sarah Federico. A .287 batting average for the freshman from California. Swings at the first pitch, fouls it off. She was chasing a riser up high. Braves at regular depth on defense, wind blowing straight into the batter's eyes as she pops it up into center field. Jackson comes to her left, makes the catch, and that's the third out. 3 up, 3 down, go the Falcons in the top of the first. Braves coming up to bat when we come back on the Braves Broadcast Network.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Bottom of the first inning, the Falcons went 1-2-3 in the top of the first, so the Braves have the opportunity to strike first as they face junior pitcher Jocelyn Rivera, the righty, with a 3.91 ERA, a 5-18 win-loss record. This is her 35th appearance and 23rd start. She does have 5 complete games under her belt. has thrown 130 and 2/3 innings, struck out 86 and walked just 38, but opponents hitting 327 against her. So looks like the scouting report, at least based on the numbers, would be she will throw strikes, put the ball in play, and see what happens. This Montevallo team, not a particularly strong fielding team. They can hit the ball well. They've got some really strong bats, but the pitching and defense is what's done the Falcons in this year. Just their second year of play, as the Braves 0-2 against Montevallo, as the Falcons won both games in a Peach Belt Conference doubleheader a year ago. This is kind of a different story this year. The Falcons were up last year with 11 Peach Belt Conference wins, and the Braves had just 8. This year, the Braves have made the big jump. The Falcons dropping back down into the bottom part of the Peach Belt Conference standings. Jamie Johnson gets things started for the Braves, a .365 batting average for the UNCP sophomore. And here's the first pitch of the day by Jocelyn Rivera. Low and inside for ball 1. Johnson has 61 hits this year, 15 doubles, 2 triples, and 5 home runs. The 1-0, bunt shown, pulled back, and it misses high.
Well, you know, Cameron, for many starting teams, they always go through a rough year in the start, and then the second year is usually a decent year because they get that chemistry. And the third year is really the experimental year. So this year, Montevallo has probably been one of those years.
Montevallo has players from all over the place. A roster that includes a fair number of players from California and Texas, Illinois. Trying to work on building that pipeline, I think, a little bit more locally. That will also help the Falcons. Popped straight back by Johnson. Out of play. 2-2. Also, when you think about Division I college softball and some of the powerful teams, near the top of that list, year in and year out, is the University of Alabama. So there is talent. There is a history of college softball in the state. As Johnson lofts this ball into shallow center field, on the run is Duke, and she will make the catch for the first out.
You see a little bit on that hit. The wind kind of pushed that ball back. It looked like it let go for a little bit, and it kind of, the wind pushed it back some. Didn't go as far as it could have.
That actually almost worked in the Braves' favor, as it made the catch a little bit more difficult for Duke in center field. Whitney Jackson now comes to the plate, the senior with a .335 batting average on the season. Takes inside for ball 1. Jackson has 52 hits this year, 6 doubles, 2 triples, and 3 home runs. 19 runs batted in. Rivera comes set and delivers high and away. The 2-0. Swing and a miss. Yeah, that wind blowing straight in from center field. It's not going to help fly balls. What that actually does help is a team that tries to play small ball like UNCP does pretty well. They have to try to keep it on the ground. 2-1 pitch from Rivera. Swung on, popped straight back, and out of play. Well, the wind blowing in certainly favors a pitcher like Saunders, who tends to be more of a rise ball thrower.
She's doing a pretty good job at the ball placement, getting it to her catcher, giving those balls that look like the good balls, the position for the batters to want to swing at it.
Here's Rivera's 2-2, swung on, hit in the air to the right side. That drops quickly, but not quickly enough. An incredible diving catch by Buckley in right field. And she stole a base hit from Whitney Jackson.
And those are the kind of plays you want from your outfielders. They're going to dig and try to get that ball. It could have gotten away from her, but she didn't let it. Great hustle by Buckley there.
That one, if it gets past her, goes to the wall with a fast base runner in Whitney Jackson. That's at least a double, and perhaps a triple, with the way the Braves like to try to stretch things out. Instead, there's 2 away, and junior Abby Walters comes to the plate with her .398 batting average. Been so good of late. Takes there on the outside corner that just misses. Walters with 68 hits to lead the Braves in that category. 16 doubles, 7 home runs. Those are also all team highs. Not to mention the 37 runs batted in. 1-0 pitch. Walters takes the same spot and the same call. 2-0. So Walters, the team leader in most offensive categories for the Braves, hitting third. Kelsey Vining for Montevallo is their leader in most categories. She'll lead off next inning as she is their cleanup hitter in today's batting order. 2-0 pitch to Walters. Swung on, fouled straight back. As the wind picks up once again. I feel like we really haven't had one very nice day here for softball all season. There's always been something.
Yeah, see, if it's not rain, Cameron, it's going to be some wind. If it's not the wind, it's going to be just extremely uncomfortably cold.
The 2-1 to Walters. Misses inside. Feels like for baseball, just across the way at Sammy Cox Field, there's been 1 or 2 days where the wind has been low, it's been sunny, and the temperature's been around 70 degrees, just where you want to be. That hasn't been the case for softball. It's always something here. Unlucky weather breaks for UNCP softball throughout the season as Walters takes ball 4, and we have the game's first base runner in the form of a 2-out walk by Abby Walters.
Hopefully this gives some momentum for the Braves here. They have 2 outs, but maybe they can get some rallying going here.
Gerhardt will dig in. We look at how the Braves and Falcons have done recently. The Braves have won 8 of their last 10. The Falcons have lost 8 of their last 10. Taylor Gerhardt, .326 batting average. 2 outs and the runner on first as the pitch misses high and away. Abby Walters is second on the Braves with 24 stolen bases, but I can't imagine they'd want to take the bat out of Gerhardt's hands with 2 outs. Runner goes, a little bit of a late break. The throw comes in high into center field, and Abby Walters swipes second base. Ball 2 called.
Good choice by the base runner there to notice the opportunity to take a steal there and get that extra base for her team.
We'll see now if they try to test the arm of Federico behind the plate a little bit more. As, that throw was way offline. See if that rattles the confidence of the young catcher for the Falcons. 2-0 and a runner in scoring position for Taylor Gerhardt. No score yet in this ball game. Swing and a miss as Gerhardt waves through one on the inner half. Lady Sarah Federico, just a freshman catcher for Montevallo. This is a young team. Federico from San Diego, California, Valhalla High School product. Here's the 2-1 to Taylor Gerhardt. Swung on, grounded, foul down the third base line. That was close. Nearly got into the corner. That would have scored Walters from second without too much of a problem.
Yeah, that's a very good hit. Just not in the direction exactly that she wanted, but we see her starting to dig in across this plate.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on second base. Bottom of the first inning. No score yet. Rivera with the pitch. This is low. She took something off that one there. Had Gerhardt leaning a little. Able to pull back at the last second and not swing. So the count runs full to Taylor Gerhardt. In the clutch so many times for the Braves this season. Opportunity here in the early going of this one. 3-2 pitch. Swung on. Hit on a line to short on a couple bounces where it's misplayed by Conley. Runners will stay at the corners.
And with that,
that is an error on the shortstop.
With that error, they missed an out. It probably put the Braves in position to score here. It could have been an out, Cameron.
Yeah, that's a fair play at short. Gerhardt is quick up the first base line, but not so fast that a ball hit to the left side you think she could most likely beat it out. So now Tony Nelson comes to the plate with runners at the corners. First error of the game by Montevallo. We still don't have a Braves base hit. Pitch to Nelson. High and away. Gerhardt goes. And the first and third play is cut off by Montevallo. will allow Gerhardt to have second base there.
And we're seeing the Lady Braves here stealing a lot more bases than we're used to them seeing. I don't know if it's because they did a scout report on Montevallo and know that maybe the catcher can't get there as fast. But they're stealing more than often, Cameron.
That's usually a set play that the defense will have against a first and third play. Tony Nelson with her .319 average at the plate. Swings, puts this ball in the infield on a couple of bounces. It's trouble at second base for Clark. The throw to first is in time. And the Braves held off the scoreboard in the first inning despite 2 runners in scoring position. So we'll go to the top of the second inning when we come back. No score in this one. This is UNCP Braves softball. Top of the second inning, no score between the Braves and the Falcons from the University of Montevallo. With Jamal McAllister, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us for Braves Senior Day. And the Falcons will have their 4, 5, and 6 hitters coming to the plate in this second inning. Starting with Kelsey Vining, designated player, sophomore with a .491 batting average.
That's just outstanding. A .491 batting average for this team is outstanding, Cameron.
By far and away the team leader there, and right up at the top of the conference leaderboard as well. 20 runs batted in, 4 homers, 54 hits. She's missed a couple games with an injury, and now she's back and looking to pick up where she left off and really caused some problems for both the Braves and North Georgia, the last 2 opponents on Montevallo's schedule. 0-1 pitch from Saunders is tapped foul. She checked her swing, and that was the best contact we've seen from anybody in this game, and it was on a check swing. But it's now 0-2 to Kelsey Vining. And apologize for the wind. Can't do anything with our outdoor press box here. 0-2 is low and away as they're trying to get Vining to chase one out of the zone. Katie Saunders, a seasoned veteran in the circle, getting the start in Game 1 on Senior Day. The 1-2 misses high. Two balls, 2 strikes. Kelsey Vining, who leads off Montevallo's top of the second. Swings, hits this ball on a rope into right center field. That will get all the way to the wall. Vining, rounding first, heads to second where she will slow up with a leadoff stand-up double. And that is one of the best hitters in the conference, getting the job done as she's done all year.
And we can see why she's one of the top hitters. I mean, that was a great hit, put it right there in the pocket. Got a nice little double there.
So the game's first hit belongs to Montevallo. And now the rest of the Falcon lineup will try to bring her home. Rachel Conley comes to the plate. The shortstop lays down a bunt, but it's a foul ball. She's trying to make up for an error she had defensively last half inning. Ended up not costing the Falcons anything, but perhaps a little bit of sweat, a little worry from the pitcher, Jocelyn Rivera. Conley has 27 hits this year. 7 of them have been doubles. And she takes again. She takes there to make it 0-2. Offered a bunt at the first pitch. No longer with the option to bunt with 2 strikes. Rise ball from Saunders is upstairs. The pitch swung on and missed. Katie Saunders gets her first strikeout of the afternoon. Should I say morning? It's still before noon. Used to afternoon and evening games here at LRA Field. But because of the travel schedule that Montevallo faces, they play at North Georgia tomorrow, and they'll be looking to get out of Pembroke as quickly as possible, as early as possible, to not have too late of a night tonight. Alexis Wilson now at the plate. Takes outside for ball one. Wilson, one of the seniors on this Montevallo club, a .217 hitter. 13 hits, 4 doubles, 1 home run. 5 runs batted in. Saunders with the 1-0. Swung on, hit in the infield, right back to Saunders. She barely has to move. Squeezes, and there's 2 away. So it brings up Caitlin Thompson, the third baseman, a sophomore, and a .237 hitter. This has kind of been one of the stories for Montevallo this year. Kelsey Vining has been outstanding at the plate, but some of the other players in the lineup haven't been able to drive her home when she does get on base. Grounded foul by Thompson. Kelsey Vining, we saw her pick up that leadoff double. She has 54 hits and has scored 47 runs.
Leading the team with those 47 as well.
This ball skied to the left side. It's in no man's land and in foul territory. No one gets to it. Lexi Cox on a full run. Taylor Gerhardt gave way to her at the last second. Neither one of them came up with it.
Kelsey Vining was she was ready to get home on that play. Like she made it all the way to home plate in hopes that the ball did touch the grass. In play.
0-2 pitch from Saunders, misses high. Saunders' pitch swung on, lined foul. Good charge in that one from Thompson. Couldn't straighten it out.
And we see this Falcons team getting a lot of foul balls. They're making contact, they're just not making great contact with the ball, getting it in fair play. Hopefully this changes with the progression of the game.
1-2. Swung on, lined over the head of the first baseman, Melvin, into right field. Walters comes up throwing the play at the plate, not in time. And Montevallo strikes first, an RBI single from Caitlin Thompson. As Vining scores from second, it's 1-0 Falcons. Well, this isn't good news for UNCP. The Braves are 9-18 when their opponent scores first. Well, the Braves will have to play from behind here today in Game 1. Kendra Buckley comes to the plate with a runner on first and 2 away. Swung on line, foul by Buckley.
Almost hitting her own coach there as the third base coach does a little hop skip to avoid that ball.
Buckley is a freshman, comes in hitting 143. This is her 16th appearance and 12th start, so a little bit different look for the Falcons. They're trying something new, trying to get some youth into the lineup at the end of the season. She's not been an everyday starter. Swings and misses there. Makes it 0-2. Time called there. Buckley wanted to gather herself here before this next pitch. Saunders is set. Here it comes. Swung on, foul off. 0-2, 2 outs, a runner on first, and a 1-0 lead for the Falcons. The pitch popped up. This gets over the fence and out of play, foul. Another battle from Montevallo hitter. This coming from the 8th spot, Kendra Buckley. Buckley with 4 hits, 2 of them have been for extra bases, 1 double and 1 home run. And as we continue to see the wind come whipping in from center field, don't expect to see a lot of home runs today. The 0-2. Swung on, hit hard to the third baseman. Johnson with the diving stop, the throw to first, picked out of the dirt by Melvin. Nice defense all around for the Braves to get out of the second inning. 1 run does score. We'll go to the bottom of the second inning. Falcons 1, Braves 0.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Bottom of the second inning, UNCP trails Montevallo 1-0. With Jamal McAllister, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network. Senior Day at LRA Field on the campus of UNC Pembroke. Braves look to send their senior class off, a 3-person senior class, off with a bang. And into the Peach Belt Conference Tournament with some momentum. The Braves have already clinched a spot in the PBC tournament and a top 7 seed, meaning they won't have to face number 1 seed and defending national champion North Georgia in the opening round of the single elimination tournament. Savannah Melvin leads off for the Braves to start the second inning. The freshman is hitting .244 this year. Takes the first pitch high and away from Jocelyn Rivera. And Montevallo defense again in the outfield from left to right. Davila, Duke, and Buckley. And then in the infield, Thompson, Conley on the left side, Clark at second, Wilson at first. Federico behind the plate with Rivera in the circle. The 1-0 misses high and outside. Two-0 offering to Melvin. Swing and a miss as she chases one up high. The 2-1, hit right back up the middle on a line. Melvin's line drive back to the pitcher Rivera is caught for out number 1. On comes designated player Carly Brooks. 6 hits and 54 at bat. That's a 111 average. But this is just her 19th start of the season, so a little bit of a small sample size here for Brooks. Despite what the numbers say, UNCP head coach Brittany Bennett confident enough in her ability at the plate to put her in the starting lineup today. Here's the 1-0. Swung on, grounded foul. Evens up the count at 1 apiece. Rivera's 1-1. Misses the strike zone. So Rivera has thrown a lot of balls here so far, but doesn't have a lot of free passes issued on the season. She's walked 1 already today, but 38 through the first 131 innings that she's thrown. Grounded foul and out of play.
Well, you also can factor in the wind partly for some of her balls that she's been thrown.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the first thing that comes to mind with the wind is a batted ball, but it affects the pitcher too, especially something that requires such a precise movement and a precise delivery. The 2-2. Swung on, lofted to left center field. It hangs up in the air, enough time for Duke to come over from center field to make the catch for the second out. So it's Lexi Cox's turn now. The sophomore is hitting 200 right on the nose with 21 hits and 105 at-bats.
We've just seen Brooks give her teammate a little advice about how the pitcher is pitching to their teammates.
As Cox takes ball one. Cox with 13 runs batted in this year, 7 doubles and 2 home runs. Long hold, now Rivera set to throw. Swing and a miss. Some of the advice might be to lay off some of the high pitches. Rivera has come with some very nice rise balls. And with the wind blowing in, rise balls will induce a lot of pop flies.
We've seen a lot of today, Cameron. A lot of pop flies today from both teams. I don't know if it's the wind or just how the ball is spinning today, Cameron.
The pitching style definitely has a lot to do with it, but obviously more to it than that. The 2-1 outside. Morgan Davis is on deck for UNCP. If Lexi Cox is able to get on, the number 9 hitter Morgan Davis will come to the plate. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Swung on, fouled back.
Cox trying to stay in by fighting with these foul balls.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Base is empty for the Braves in the bottom of the second inning. They trail Montevallo 1-0 in the early going of Game 1. Doubleheader today at LRA Field. Rivera with the payoff pitch. That's low for ball 4. So for 2 innings in a row, the Braves have drawn a 2-out walk. And Morgan Davis will come up to the plate now to try to extend the inning by another batter.
With a batting average of 291, she has a good, decent possibility to keep the Braves offense flowing right about now. To have a chance to get on board in the second inning.
You know, the Braves don't like what the scoreboard seems to be showing. 1-0 Falcons. And the Braves don't have any hits yet. This is their 9th hitter they'll send to the plate. Rivera has retired 5. There's been 1 error, 2 walks. Called strike on Davis. 32 hits and 110 at-bats. Just 1 of them for extra bases. The only left-handed hitter in the Braves starting lineup has that unique slap approach. 0-1 pitch. Swung on, fouled, straight back and out of play over our heads. Morgan Davis now behind in the count, 0-2. Infield creeping in a little bit. Davis can get it over their heads. The 0-2 pitch misses the outside corner. Our home plate umpire Greg Krapps calling that a ball. Taking outside and low there. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's the wind again really picking up in Pembroke. The 2-2. Swung on, fouled off the end of the bat. It only takes something strong to be blowing the infield dirt around, causing a little dust storm.
Morgan Davis, she's doing her best right now, trying to just attack the plate and find any ball that she can get in the outfield, or in play at least.
2-2. Swung on, fouled away. As Cox was off, ready to try to steal that base. Lexi Cox is 2 for 3 on stolen base attempts this year. Had a pretty good jump, but also needs to be aware that any ball put in play, there could potentially be a forced play at second base. That's what she's trying to break up. As well as on a ball to the outfield, get that head start, get that extra base more or less.
Strong winds.
2-2. Low and away. Cox trying to steal the throw, not in time. Lexi Cox takes second base. Count goes full. Almost like she hesitated a little bit there during that run. But Federico not able to deliver the ball with enough pace to it to get to second base. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, a runner on second for the Braves, down 1-0. Rivera with the pitch, swung on, grounded into left field. Good contact by Davis. They'll hold up Cox at third. Morgan Davis with the 2-out single, the Braves' first hit of the ball game. Runners at the corners, and Jamie Johnson comes to the plate.
And a good hit to get it there in the pocket to keep this inning alive. And in a great position for the Braves to score and get on the board and tie the game up. So they're not going into the third inning scoreless.
Jamie Johnson at the plate, 0 for 1 in this one. She flew out to get the Braves' first inning started.
Hopefully she can keep this rally going, or start it, rather.
Low and inside on Jamie Johnson, sophomore from Kenly, North Carolina. Rivera ready. Here comes the 1-0. Grounded foul to the left side.
Cox at third, ready to take it all the way home, encouraging her teammate to get a good base hit.
An important early at bat. The Braves left runners on second and third last inning. Runners at the corners with 2 outs here for Jamie Johnson. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, hit in the air to left field, not far for Davila, has to move. She makes the catch, and that's the 3rd out. So the Braves again leave 2 on, and we'll get through 2 innings now. Braves trailing Montevallo 1-0. We'll be right back. Top of the 3rd inning, UNCP playing from behind right now against Montevallo. Falcons come in with a 3-17 mark in the Peach Belt Conference. Braves 12-10. The Falcons trying to play spoiler on the Braves senior day. And the Falcons also have to look at this like this might be their last chance to get some wins. They'll wrap up the season tomorrow. The trip to defending national champion and current conference leader, North Georgia. North Georgia's also locked up the regular season title and the #1 seed in the upcoming Peach Belt Conference tournament. So the Falcons might look at this one as their last chance to win. Leading off for the Falcons in the 3rd, it's center fielder Darby Duke. Duke, a sophomore with a .278 batting average. Does have 3 home runs as she fouls this one straight into the net. 0-2. Said it earlier, we'll say it again. I don't expect a lot of home runs today if the wind continues to blow straight in from center field with as much force as it has. Saunders ready, the 0-2 pitch. Grounded foul. Braves would like to avoid having Darby Duke get on base. She does have 18 stolen bases, which is good for 3rd on the Falcons. Kelsey Fining, well, she's hitting .491. She also leads the team with 41 stolen bases. Those are both incredible numbers. Grounded to to short. Gerhardt, the throw in plenty of time. Darby Duke is retired to start the Falcons' half of the 3rd.
Now batting leadoff hitter, left fielder number 24, Celestia Davila.
Back to the top of the order. Celestia Davila will come to the plate for Montevallo. And takes ball 1. Davila, the sophomore from Grossmont High School in San Diego, California. Swings and misses there. Makes it 1-1. Handful of players on this Montevallo squad from the San Diego area. You've got freshman Kendra Buckley, as well as catcher Lady Sarah Frederico. Celestia Davila at the plate. And last but not least, Dylan Bailey from Chula Vista. This one fouled away. Count goes to 2-2. Southern California, one of the traditional hotbeds for softball talent and an area that a lot of college coaches will go to recruit pretty heavily. Especially surprising for this Montevallo team with no history. Remember, they started the program just 3 years ago, hiring head coach Lindsay Vanover in December of 2013. 3-2 pitch, skied out to right field. Walters has to go back a little bit, gets under it, and makes the catch for the 2nd out on the top of the 3rd inning.
Now batting second baseman number 4, Shelby Clark.
So it brings up Shelby Clark, who's 0 for 1. Popped out to the left side of the infield the first time she came up. Clark is from Calera, Alabama. Lines it to Gerhardt at short. 3 up and 3 down. The Braves make quick work of the Falcons in the 3rd inning. Braves coming back up to bat in the bottom of the 3rd. They trail 1-0.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
The Falcons making a change right now. Coming into pitch is number 14, Abby Pratt, the freshman from Greenwood, Indiana. Will take over for Jocelyn Rivera, who apparently wasn't feeling right or something. I'll say I haven't seen that very much this season. Maybe they're thinking that they'd like to keep Rivera available for the 2nd game of today's doubleheader. So she only pitches the 2 innings, gave up the 1 hit, 2 walks, no strikeouts. Now the Braves will have a different look, a different pitcher as they continue their 2nd cycle through the batting order. Start with Whitney Jackson at the plate. Braves center fielder, Farmville, North Carolina. Taking in senior day.
Number 5, Whitney Jackson.
She plays her last couple of games at LRA Field.
Braves have yet to get on the board, Cameron. Hopefully this inning look a little brighter for the Lady Braves here.
First pitch of the day thrown by Pratt, and therefore called strike.
A pretty pitch at that, right down the middle.
Jackson squared up to Bunch. He pulls it back, lets it rip down the third base line and into the left field corner. Foul. Top of the third inning on the campus of UNC Pembroke. Braves trailing Montevallo 1-0 as the Falcons scratched across a run in the top of the second. Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Pratt. Misses high and away.
And it seems like as soon as she released that pitch, the wind just started, and maybe that could have caused such a high ball there.
The 1-2 offering. Timed up, knocked into right field by Jackson, and then it's misplayed in right field by Buckley. Keeps close enough to her. And Jackson can't capitalize on it, take an extra base or anything. But hey, on a ball hit like that to right field with a little bit of pace, it's not out of the question for a base runner to be thrown out at first. You can't lollygag up the first base line. Jackson did not.
Most definitely.
Leadoff base knock for Whitney Jackson, and here comes Abby Walters. First time in this game either team has gotten the leadoff runner, second time, as Montevallo started with Kelsey Vining having a double in the second inning, and that was the difference. That was the run that came around to score.
Hopefully the Braves can get that same kind of luck here on this inning with their first hit of the game. This leadoff.
Walters takes outside there, and with the heart of the Braves order coming up this inning, I'm not sure that one run is what they're thinking. Obviously, they'll take the one run, but especially if Walters can make something here, ahead 2-0 in the count, perhaps like to see more than one run if you're Brittany Bennett. The 2-0 inside. Walters takes again. Walters at the plate. Gerhardt on deck. Nelson in the hole. It's 3, 4, and 5 in the Braves batting order. It's very good hitters with a favorable count, a favorable situation. Abby Walters can be selective at the plate here. The 3-0 offering from Pratt, called a strike. Walters is ready. Here comes the pitch. High and outside. Ball 4. So Abby Pratt comes in, and the first two batters she faces both reach base. Taylor Gerhardt coming to the plate. Tying run is on second. Go-ahead run on third. It's just the third inning right now for UNCP. Would rather erase the deficit sooner than later. Taylor Gerhardt comes to the plate. Sophomore from Winfield Park, New Jersey. Righty-righty matchup with Abby Pratt in the circle. Pratt's pitch to Gerhardt is called a strike on the outside corner. Falcons and Braves with 2 hits each. Falcons have the game's only run. They also have the game's only error. The 0-1 to Gerhardt. Swung on, hit back up the middle, threw into center field. Holding up at third base is Jackson. Now the bases are loaded. Good base running by Jackson. She was a little slow to get going, as she thought that if that ball was caught at the shortstop, she needed to stay close to the bag to avoid getting doubled off. If Conley had made that catch, it would have been sensational. And there was a good chance of Jackson getting doubled off, but it does get through. Bases loaded. Tony Nelson comes to the plate. No outs. And you think the Braves pretty much have to score here. It would be very difficult not to.
Very difficult. Almost impossible not to score. Well, I wouldn't say that per se, but chances for the Braves scoring this inning in multiple runs is very high, Cameron.
It starts with the single by Whitney Jackson, then Abby Walters walked, and Taylor Gerhardt picking up that base hit there. Tony Nelson will dig in. Sophomore from Bear Creek, North Carolina. Opportunity to break through for the Braves, put their first run on the board, and then some. Infield comes in. They'll try to cut off the run at home plate if a slow roller's hitting the infield. Nelson takes this one right down the middle, strike one. The 0-1. Strike two on the inside corner. Nelson rearranges some of the dirt in the right-handed batter's box. Wants to lock in here. Abby Pratt with the pitch. And that hits Nelson in the leg. An RBI hit by pitch. And the game is tied 1-1.
And any way the Braves can take a score, they'll take it.
I haven't seen a lot of runs scored on a hit batsman, but you'll take it. It's like a walk, but a little bit more painful. Most walks don't leave a bruise. 1-1 is the score. Bases remain loaded, no outs, and Savannah Melvin comes to the plate. And you go back to the decision by Montevallo to change pitchers at the start of this inning. Hasn't worked out for him. First pitch in there for a called strike to Savannah Melvin, freshman from Fayetteville. Jocelyn Rivera did issue 2 walks and had 1 hit, but scoreless baseball of 2 innings, or excuse me, 2 innings of scoreless pitching as Melvin fouls this one off. No balls, 2 strikes to Savannah Melvin. Suddenly, Pratt comes in. Surprising move to change pitchers at the 3rd inning. The first 4 hitters she faces all reach. Savannah Melvin behind 0-2 with the bases loaded in a tie game. Pratt, here's the pitch. Low and inside, Melvin lays off it. She looked like she almost thought about heading back to the dugout after that pitch came through because she thought it might have been called strike 3. Takes ball 1. Now she'll stop and tie her shoe. Abby Pratt just looking to record an out here in the circle. 1-2 pitch. Swung on to the left side, foul. A lot of spin on that one as it trickles into the Braves dugout.
Melvin doing what she can to stay alive at the plate. 2 strikes against her, only 1 ball.
Bases loaded, no outs. Braves have already plated 1, looking for more. The pitch, swung on, fouled off. Abby Pratt looking at this like, what do I need to do to get an out? Braves making it very difficult for Montevallo's pitcher. First inning of work for Abby Pratt. One-two pitch. Swung on, grounded to third, scooped up, thrown home by Thompson. They'll get the lead runner, and that's all. So Melvin gets the fielder's choice. She's at first now. Nelson at second. Gerhardt on third. Abby Walters thrown out on the forced play at home. So Carly Brooks comes up to bat for the Braves. for the Falcons, that was as good as they could hope for in terms of getting an out. Perhaps would have liked to see Pratt get a strikeout for her confidence's sake. But they'll take any outs that keep runs off the board. Brooks takes low inside. It gets past the catcher, Federico. She can't squeeze it. Sliding home safely is Gerhardt, and the Braves go up 2-1.
And just like what the Braves hoped for, they got multiple runs already. Bases not quite loaded, but you have runners on second and third. There's only one out.
And importantly, that turns the force off. And that will draw a mound visit from Montevallo head coach Lindsay Vanover. And they will make a pitching change here. So Abby Pratt not able to get the job done. And we'll see our third different Montevallo pitcher today in the third inning. Pitching change. We'll take a break as well. We'll come back, and the Braves will continue batting. This is UNCP Braves softball. New pitcher for the Falcons after Abby Pratt allowed one run on a hit by pitch and then allowed the second run to score on a wild pitch. That was it for her. So the count 1-0 as the new pitcher Jenna Kelby Armstrong comes into the circle to throw. Senior from Wilsonville, Alabama. Cornerstone Christian, stands at 5'7", and inherits a situation with, well, the 1-0 count to Carly Brooks. Runners on second and third. One out. The Braves have taken the lead here this inning and looking to add more. Armstrong looks ready to go. Brooks takes the first pitch, thrown by Armstrong, evens up the count at 1-1. One ball, one strike, one out. First base is open. Armstrong, the pitch, bunt shown, squeeze play is on, tossing home. No, they can't get the throw off, and scoring from third is Tony Nelson. And then aggressive base running as Brooks heads on over to second.
And what a play, Cameron. A bunt that landed inches in front of the home plate, and the Braves still managed to score with the fumble from the pitcher there.
Melvin advances to third. Nelson scores on the play.
Now batting left fielder number 10, Lexi Cox.
Carly Brooks, I believe you score that a fielder's choice. No, they do make it a hit. The first pitch in there for a called strike to Lexi Cox. Cox, a sophomore from Whispering Pines, North Carolina, has runners on second and third with one out. Braves jumping out to a 3-1 lead. Here's the pitch. Swung on, grounded to third. Misplayed a little bit by Thompson. The throw over to first is scooped out of the dirt. And Lexi Cox is out at first. Runners staying put on second and third. Thompson made up for not fielding it cleanly by delivering a very nice throw over to first in time. Ground ball hit foul by Morgan Davis. Will look to keep the inning alive. Senior from Winterville, North Carolina. 3-1 Braves lead in the bottom of the third. With Jamal McAllister, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network this morning. Can't say morning for too much longer. This ball hit right back up the box. Well hit by Davis. That will score one. Trying to score from second is Brooks. The throw home, and she is tagged out. So one run does score on the hit by Morgan Davis. Braves will go up 4-1. We're through 3 innings at LRA Field. Braves have taken the 3-run lead, and we'll be right back.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
UNCP with 4 big runs in the bottom of the third. They've taken a 4-1 lead over the visiting Montevallo Falcons. Katie Saunders getting those warm-up tosses in. And she'll be facing the 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the Montevallo batting order. Lady Sarah Federico, Kelsey Vining, and Rachel Conley do up this inning. Lady Sarah Federico 0 for 1 at the plate in this one. Freshman from San Diego, California. Pair of Californians facing off. Katie Saunders in the circle, the senior from Laguna de Gale, California. First pitch fouled off. Low and inside on this next offering. Saunders has allowed the 1 run on 2 hits. Also struck out 1. Federico knocks this ball into center field as it rolls into the glove of Jackson. A leadoff single for Lady Sarah Federico, and the very dangerous Kelsey Vining comes to the plate. So here we go, Jamal. It took a little while for the bats to warm up, but now suddenly both teams looking to run the bases a little bit.
You know, these early morning games, it takes a while for the players to wake up, I guess, Cameron.
Kelsey Vining doubled her first time up. That was in the 2nd inning, and she did come around to score. She is one of the front runners for Peach Belt Conference Player of the Year. Sophomore from Plano, Texas, putting up ridiculous numbers. 491 batting average coming into this game, as she takes there to make it 1-1.
Braves put on a pretty good rally that last half inning there. Let's see if the Lady Falcons can respond.
Ball hit in the air to left field. Cox gets to it, makes the acrobatic catch for the out. But hey, that's something that doesn't happen very often. An opposing pitcher able to retire Kelsey Vining. Her average up near 500. That's just unbelievable. 1 away, Rachel Conley comes to the plate. Important thing, not just Vining not getting the hit, but Vining not being able to get on the base paths. And she has 41 swiped bases this year.
One of the stronger base runners for this Montevallo team.
Conley fouls off the first pitch. It's 0-1. Another pop fly hit to the left side, and again, that gets out of play foul. Felt like we were watching an instant replay of the first one. No, those are two separate pitches, and those are two separate strikes. It's 0-2. Rachel Conley, senior out of New Baden, Illinois.
Once again, Cameron, this Montevallo team has many different pieces from all over the U.S., it seems like. Very different flavors and styles of play.
This ball lined into left field. Cox can't get to it. It bounces to the wall on a couple of hops. Conley with an extra base hit. The throw to third, diving in. Tagged out, Federico. What a throw by Cox.
Yeah, that was just a beautiful play all around. She didn't get the catch, but she made up for the catch by getting the throw down to third base for that out.
Lindsey Vanover not happy with the umpire who came over to make the call.
It was a close call, Cameron. I couldn't really call it from where I'm sitting, but it looked like it was pretty close. I understand the emotion going on the field right now.
Vanover thought that discussion was over. Then getting a couple extra words in. And it looks like our home plate umpire, Greg Kraft, stopping to write something in his notebook. And this might be a warning. Haven't seen any player, coach, spectator, anybody get tossed from a game yet this year, but I gotta say that's the closest we've been all season. Lindsey Vanover fired up about that call. She's heated. Conley, after all the dust settles, she does stand on second base with a double. Alexis Wilson comes to the plate, takes strike one. Wilson's 0-for-1, popped out her first time up. Senior from Kirbyville, Texas, and a transfer from Grayson College. Saunders' pitch misses high. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs. Top of the 4th, and the Braves up by 3. The 1-1 pitch popped high in the air to the left side. Gerhardt, the shortstop, makes the catch. And that's the 3rd out. So the Falcons with a couple of nice base hits. They can't make anything happen. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th inning when we come back. It's 4-1 UNCP. Bottom of the 4th inning, UNCP leads Montevallo 4-1. And through those first 3 innings, the Braves completed 2 cycles through the batting order. That helped that last inning. The Braves had 8 hitters come to the plate. Jamie Johnson, the only one who didn't bat last inning for the Braves. She'll lead off the 4th, followed by Jackson and Walters. Montevallo with Jenna Kelby Armstrong in the circle. The 3rd different pitcher they've used. Bunt foul off of the bat of Johnson. It hit her while she was still in the batter's box, so it's just a foul ball, 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Johnson couldn't catch up to that one. Low and inside. Very tough pitch to hit. The 0-2. Swung on, hit back up the middle, dropping quickly into center field, and that's down. Another leadoff base knock for the Braves. This time Jamie Johnson has her first hit of the day. And Whitney Jackson will come to the plate now.
In these past 2 innings, Cameron, it seems like the Braves' batting has gotten a little more consistent here. We'll see if they can continue what they did in the last inning.
Well, it took until there were 2 outs in the second. Morgan Davis got the Braves' first hit. And then it exploded for 4 hits last inning. A high throw into center field as Jackson, well, basically gave up a strike there. That one was well low and inside. She offered a very late swing at it, basically just to distract the catcher. And it worked because Federico wasn't able to deliver the ball on target. So 0-1 the count.
I'm still lost for words. I'm not really sure what just happened.
Well, hey, you give up a strike and you get a free base for your teammate. That's a trade you make, I think, pretty much every day, especially on an 0-0 count.
Yeah.
The next one misses inside, so it's 1-1. Reed Johnson on second base now. It's important because there's no force now on Johnson. And a runner in scoring position with no outs. Jackson knocks this ball foul. Hit that ball pretty hard.
Pretty good foul.
And if there's going to be a home run here today, it would be on a ball hit like that. Just absolutely leaping off the bat and on a line. Hit hard enough that the wind wouldn't even have time to affect it. It would just leave in such a hurry. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch grounded to short, ranging as it goes through the legs of Conley. Going to third is Johnson. Jackson now in between first and second. See if she can get caught in a pickle. Now she dives into second. The third baseman, Thompson, couldn't decide what to do with the ball, so she eats it. Runners on second and third, and here comes Abby Walters.
And it seems, Cameron, that the Lady Braves are going to pick up where they left off at in that last inning.
A lot of
base running.
aggressive base running. And actually brings to mind a recent play from Mississippi State softball game that actually made SportsCenter the other day, as there was a situation where a pair of runners were going between second and third and home and alternating who was safe at third. Both runners ended up touching third multiple times but having to go back and forth a bunch of different times. It was really a sensational play. Go back and look it up.
In the same run? Wow, okay. Same play.
Abby Walters at the plate. He's walked both times she's come up. Takes that one low to make it 2-0. First base is open, but Taylor Gerhardt waiting on deck. Can't imagine that the Falcons will be looking forward to facing Taylor Gerhardt with the bases loaded and no outs, so expect to see something to hit here for Walters. Or maybe not. That was ball 3, and it wasn't even close. Difficult decisions about how to pitch this middle part of the Braves order, and I'm glad I'm not the one who has to make those decisions. The 3-0 pitch at the knees for called strike.
Falcons feel it seems like they need to find a way to pick up the pace a little here.
Walters at the plate, Gerhardt on deck, Nelson in the hole. The 3, 4, and 5 hitters in position to do some damage for the Braves. And that's strike 2 as it nibbles the inside corner. Thought after Armstrong fell behind 2, 3, and 0, they were just sort of intentionally walk Walters and try to deal with Gerhardt. He's battled back to even up the count. The 3-2 pitch. Walters grounds it foul to the third base side. And a nice defensive play by Thompson.
Great defensive fielding by that third baseman there.
Well, there's been now 3 errors this game by Montevallo. But they're making nice plays on foul balls. The 3-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Walters swung at what was probably ball 4. Held on by the catcher. So Walters is the first strikeout victim of the day for a Montevallo pitcher. It's their third pitcher, Jana Kelby Armstrong, who picks up the K. And Taylor Gerhardt comes to the plate. Gerhardt has reached base both times, once on an error, once on a single, and she's scored 1 run. 4-1 Braves, 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. The pitch, low and inside. Armstrong steps out of the circle, gathers herself. Knows she needs to bring good pitches against Taylor Gerhardt. That one's low and inside. Two and 0. Taylor Gerhardt at the plate with 2 runners in scoring position. She grounds this ball foul past the third baseman. So we were praising Thompson over there at third for her defense on foul balls. That one would have been, well, I mean, I suppose she could have dove for it. Would have been, well, completely unnecessary on a foul ball, but it would have looked cool. So there's that, I guess. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch to Gerhardt. In there for a called strike. She laid off one on the inside corner.
2-2 right now. Gerhardt's probably going to try to start protecting the plate. She's very good at doing that. She's had quite a few foul balls.
Armstrong with the 2-2 pitch. It's low. It gets away from Federico. She can't find it, and scoring from third is Johnson. Make it 5-1 UNCP.
And you know, Cameron, it started off with the Falcons scoring first, and we thought that maybe the Braves might kind of be joggy a little bit, but they responded very well, and they're continuing to respond with aggressive base running, great batting. They're having a pretty good game for this senior day.
Game 1 of today's doubleheader. The Falcons scored first in the top of the second, and the Braves are just 9-18 when opponents score first on the season. But hey, that was the second run they've scored without, or excuse me, the third run they've scored without having to really swing the bat. There was an RBI hit by pitch last inning with Tony Nelson just keeping the bat on her shoulder. And now 2 different runs have scored on 2 separate wild pitches. The count 3-2 to Gerhardt. Runner on third in the form of Whitney Jackson with 1 away in the bottom of the 4th. The pitch, low and inside as Gerhardt earns a walk. Runners to the corners, and Tony Nelson comes up. Things have gone south on Montevallo since they pulled their starter, Jocelyn Rivera, who went 2 scoreless innings. Abby Pratt came in relief, got just 1 out.
And we can kind of see Rivera just went to the batting, the bullpen, excuse me. She might be returning, Cameron.
First pitch in there, called strike on Tony Nelson. Nelson's 0 for 1, ground out her first time up. Was hit by a pitch last inning, but that brought home a run. Oh and 1 is the count. And Kelby Armstrong in the circle. Here's the pitch. Nelson with a mighty swing. Can't connect. See if they try to send Gerhardt here on a 1st and 3rd situation. Does have 13 stolen bases on the year, so she is fast. We try to get her in a pickle. Nelson flies this ball out to right field. Retreating is Buckley. She squeezes for the out. Jackson tags up and scores. It's an RBI sac fly for Tony Nelson. It's now 6-1 UNCP.
It looks like the Lady Braves are having a pretty great game. It took them a while to get started, but they have been rolling since they first started scoring in that 3rd inning, and let's just see how far they can actually take this, Cameron.
Braves inching closer to run rule territory. The mercy rule in softball is an 8-run lead after 5 innings. Braves aren't there yet. First pitch high and away. Gerhardt trying to steal. The throw sails high. Taylor Gerhardt has a stolen base. For Gerhardt, that's steal number 14 on the season. It's been problematic for Montevallo. Federico behind the plate has not been able to get those throws down, and she will be pulled because of it. So Montevallo will make a defensive change here, trying a different catcher, as the Braves have just been stealing bases on Federico. We'll try to get an ID on the new catcher. And that's number 9, Shelby Lopez, the senior catcher from Jemison, Alabama, and a transfer from Central Alabama Community College.
Attention fans, now catching for the Falcons, number 9, Shelby Lopez.
So they will let her get some warm-up catches in as she works with Jana Kelby Armstrong. A couple big innings for the Braves. They had 4 last inning and have just kept rolling. 2 more this inning to take a 6-1 lead. Savannah Melvin digs back in. It's a 1-0 count. Blowing very hard in from straightaway center field. The 1-0 pitch to Melvin. Misses inside. Melvin at the plate with Carly Brooks on deck. Melvin's 0 for 2. Reached on a fielder's choice last inning. Breaking ball. Catches the inside corner. 2 balls, 1 strike now on the Braves' first baseman. The 2-1, swing and a miss. Throwing down to second. Lopez not able to pick off Taylor Gerhardt, who had a fairly healthy lead off of second base. 2-2, 2 outs, a runner on second, 2 runs in already this inning for the Braves. Push their lead to 5.
Let's see how well the freshman Melvin can respond with 2 outs and 2 strikes, so only 2 balls in her favor.
The pitch from Armstrong, swung on, grounded to second, scooped up by Clark. The throw to first is in time. And the Braves' half of the 4th inning comes to a close. They add 2 more to their lead. We'll go to the top of the 5th. Braves 6, Falcons 1. Well, the Braves have been really moving up and down their batting order. They're more than halfway through their 3rd trip after 4 innings. Montevallo, as we begin the top of the 5th, will complete their 2nd rotation through the batting order. 7, 8, and 9 due up this inning, starting with 3rd baseman number 5, Caitlin Thompson. 1 for 1 with an RBI single. She drove in the only Falcons run thus far. Swings at the first pitch. It's a little high. She fouls it off. Caitlin Thompson, sophomore from Huntington Beach, California. Now, I have visited Huntington Beach, and I'm surprised that anybody plays any sports there other than surfing or beach volleyball. A terrific beach town, just gorgeous weather year-round as she fouls this one off. But I suppose with that gorgeous weather, it allows you to play softball year-round and contributes to, like I said earlier, Southern California being one of the best regions in the country for high school and youth softball. 0-2 count to Thompson. Pitch from Saunders. He's flied out towards center field. Jackson on the run, makes the catch.
You know, Cameron, the Lady Braves the fielding, their defense has been really good also today. They've been pretty much catching every pop fly, most pop flies and foul balls have been in the air. Doing a good job just fielding all together.
Kendra Buckley will now come up and try her luck. She's 0 for 1. Buckley from Steel Canyon High School in San Diego, California. So the very California feel to this inning with UNCP pitcher Katie Saunders also being from California. The only Californian on UNCP's roster as this ball popped up. Shallow left field. Gerhardt comes over from short, makes the catch on the edge of the grass for the second out.
Now batting center fielder number 11, Darby Duke.
I've never actually been to California before, but I heard it's nice.
Darby Duke now comes to the plate. She is also from California, a transfer from Liberty. She's from Madera Ranchos, California. And, I'm from California. I have to say I've never heard of that. It could be one of those small towns that's near a big city where if you ask somebody where they're from, they won't say, oh, I'm from such and such. You'll just say, I'm from big city in the area. 1-1 as it's knocked into center field. A 2-out single for Darby Duke. It's her first base hit of the game. And the 5th hit today for the Falcons. We'll go back to the top of the order with Celestia Davila. Davila will be the 4th straight batter from California here for Montevallo. She takes strike 1. Former foothiller from Grossmont High School in San Diego. Runner on first, 2 outs. The 0-1 pitch from Saunders misses high. Phil is the left fielder today for the Falcons, and she's only had to make one play. There haven't been a lot of balls hit her way. Takes there to make it 2-1. On the other side, Montevallo, when they're at the plate, they've been hitting the balls to left field a little bit more frequently. It's more Katie Saunders style. This ball popped up. It stays in the infield. At third base, Johnson calls everyone else off, squeezes, and that's the 3rd out. Nothing doing for the Falcons in the top of the 5th. Braves will come up to bat again, leading 6-1.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Seven, 8, and 9 spots due up in the UNCP batting order. In the bottom of the 5th inning, it'll be Carly Brooks, Lexi Cox, and Morgan Davis. As they try to get through against Jana Kelby Armstrong, the Montevallo pitcher. It's been bullpen troubles for the Falcons today. Starter Jocelyn Rivera went 2 innings, 2 scoreless innings, and then they pulled the plug on her. Abby Pratt really struggled in the third. Kelby Armstrong, Jenna Kelby Armstrong has been a little bit better, but it's also allowed a few runs, and unfortunately for her, the Montevallo offense has cooled off considerably. With Jamal McAllister, I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Broadcast Network. Senior Day at LRA Field. UNCP looking to add a couple more wins to their resume, lock up a solid spot in the Peach Belt Conference Tournament next weekend. It's a single elimination format in Milledgeville, Georgia, hosted by Georgia College. Braves, if they win both games today, could do no worse than 5th in the Peach Belt Conference standings. The first pitch in there for a called strike on Carly Brooks. Brooks is 1 for 2 at the plate today. Fouls this one off, 0-2. And at the start of the action today around the Peach Belt Conference, the Braves could have finished anywhere from 4th to 7th, as there is a lot that's up in the air in the PBC. One thing's for sure, North Georgia is the regular season champion. They'll be the #1 seed. The defending national champion in Division II college softball. One ball, 2 strikes to Carly Brooks. Armstrong's pitch swung on, lofted in foul territory off the glove of Wilson at first base. Brooks catches a break, she'll get another chance.
Possibly a dive on that play could have gotten the Lady Falcons out there.
Well, we were joking about diving at foul balls that were on the ground last inning. That would have been an out if she had held on, so a little bit more reason to dive. It would have been a very difficult catch either way. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Brooks, who leads off the Braves' 5th. Grounds this one foul to the opposite side. This time she pulled it. Carly Brooks from Burlington, North Carolina, trying to start another Braves rally. They had 4 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th. Trying to get some more here in the 5th, put this one away. The 1-2 misses high. If the Braves score 3 this inning, the game would end. If not, then they would have to bat in the bottom of the 6th. Have an opportunity to put the run rule in effect. Brooks knocks this ball in the air to right field. A sliding catch by Buckley as she came charging in to make the catch. 1 away. Very nice looking play defensively by Buckley. Of course, she had one much better catch very early in this game. That was against Whitney Jackson in the 1st inning. Absolutely robbed her with a sensational diving catch. So now it's Lexi Cox. She's 0 for 1. Walked in the 2nd inning. Rounded out last time in the 3rd. Puts this ball in the air to the left side, but foul.
We're seeing a lot of contact. There's a lot of foul balls. If they can get the contact just right and get it in some fair play, they can continue on with the progress they've been making on the offensive side.
Well, it looks like Armstrong has settled down, not going to allow too many free passes. This went high and away. The control of the strike zone was a problem early for Montevallo. Jocelyn Rivera walking 2, and Pratt walked 1. Swung on and missed by Cox. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, bases empty in the bottom of the 5th. UNCP leads Montevallo 6-1 on Senior Day. Breaking ball, hit back up the middle. It curves towards second base, where it'll be caught by Clark for the 2nd out. So Morgan Davis comes up. She's been good so far today. She's been very good. The senior is 2 for 2 at the plate. A pair of singles and 1 run batted in. 2 outs and the base is empty. Braves up by 5. The pitch. Davis takes for a called strike. Davis goes opposite field over the glove of Conley at short. It's now 3 for 3 for Morgan Davis. She's got another single.
And that could possibly start a little bit of a couple of runs for the Braves here if they can manage not to get an out.
It's tough to really have a lot with 2 outs, but it's not the end of the inning until that 3rd out is recorded. Jamie Johnson, top of the order, comes back up. She's 1 for 3.
Execution is the key here, Cameron.
First pitch high and away to Johnson as suddenly the wind dies down. It's now just a gentle breeze in from straightaway center field after it was really stiff a moment ago. Johnson takes, that's a strike at the letters. The 1-1. That's one a little too tall. Runner on first is Davis. 2 away. Jamie Johnson at the plate for the Braves in the bottom of the 5th. Jana Kelby Armstrong in the circle. The pitch swung on, hit in the air to right field, hooking towards the foul line, and it does drop foul.
It looked really good at the beginning of that hit right there, but a lot of air underneath that ball, curved all the way out of play.
We've seen Buckley cover a lot of ground in right field. That piece of hitting was no exception, but that was too much for her. 2-2 now for Jamie Johnson. Can she keep the inning alive? The pitch. Swings, fouls it off, and into the parking lot on the first base side.
Sounds as if that foul ball hit a bucket of some sorts.
Might be our concession stand over there. Had a lot of spin on it, though. Again, the 2-2 to Johnson, grounded foul, this time to the third base side. So the Braves are not really discriminating where they hit these foul balls. It's been pretty evenly balanced to the first base side and the third base side. They are equal opportunity pitch foul offers. I just made that up. The 2-2 pitch hit in the air to the left side. That's a foul ball again. Jamie Johnson really battling at the plate. Sophomore third baseman for UNCP, who started every game this year for the Black and Gold. Very reliable, 365 average. 2-2 offering. Swung on, grounded in fair territory. That gets through into left field. Back-to-back two-out base knocks for UNCP, and it brings up Whitney Jackson. So now Johnson is 2 for 4 at the plate in this game, and Whitney Jackson comes up. She's 1 for 3. She scored 2 runs because she reached on an error last inning. Has been a part of both Braves rallies. Led off the third with a single and came around to score. Then had a hit. And she hits the ball high and deep. It is foul. Boy, that ball jumped off her bat right away.
Right away.
2 runners on, 2 outs. Whitney Jackson at the plate. Does have 3 home runs on the season. 19 runs batted in.
And with the way she's been hitting tonight, I wouldn't be surprised if she was that one player to get a home run today in all of this win.
Checks her swing there, does not go around, makes it 1-1. Davis on second, Johnson on first. Braves up by 5. 2 away in the bottom of the 5th. Here's the 1-1. Inside. Braves have been right up on top of home plate there in the right-handed batter's box. A couple times where we've seen a Braves hitter kind of dance out of the way, and home plate umpire Greg Krabs calls it a strike because it's over the strike zone. That wasn't one of those. The 2-1 swung on, hit in the air towards right center field. That's a problem for the Falcons. It rolls to the wall. Davis will score easily. Johnson is rounding third. She will score as well. A 2-run double for Whitney Jackson. It's now 8-1 UNCP.
Well, Cameron, that wasn't a home run, but it was sure close.
It's about as well hit as you might see a ball today. With the wind blowing straight in from center field, it'll be difficult to have a home run. Whitney Jackson really came up big there for the Braves. And now it's Abby Walters.
One of the better hitters for this Braves team. Can probably go ahead and bury this game.
The game-ending run is on second base. And this one gets past the catcher. A wild pitch by Armstrong, and now that runner is on third.
A strong, solid base hit.
And Lopez wants to talk this over with Armstrong. We've seen a couple pitches now by a variety of Montevallo pitchers. Remember, this is their third pitcher they've used that have been problems for Federico, the starting catcher. And Federico's also had some problems on throws down to second. That's why they pulled her after she airmailed her second ball into center field on a stolen base attempt a couple innings ago. Abby Walters at the plate. And Katie Saunders is on deck. That is something that is very surprising. Katie Saunders, who hasn't batted this season. This one low and inside on Abby Walters makes it 2-0. So with the flexible rules in softball, a pitcher could, I suppose, come in and pinch hit. This one high on Walters makes it 3-0.
Very, very tough predicament for Montevallo right now with 3 balls and a runner on third.
Certainly have to be careful. Abby Walters facing this 3-0 count. Here's the pitch. In there for a called strike. Armstrong knows that a base hit here ends the game.
I wouldn't be surprised if she just let the pitches just run through to see if another ball appears.
Here's the 3-1. Swung on off the glove of the third baseman Thompson. She can't hang on. An infield single for Abby Walters, as it was Jackson staying put at third. So now runners at the corners, and Katie Saunders, the pitcher, will make her first at bat of the season. An opportunity to end the game.
And what a great way, if possible, to end Senior Day.
This is just game 1 of Senior Day. Remember, there's another game coming up after this, but tell you what, if the Braves were able to get this hit, they would be so fired up. And, oh, well, there was a question. Brittany Bennett had to ask the home plate umpire if she could make the change that she wanted to make, and turns out the answer was no. So it will actually be Taylor Gerhardt coming up to bat in that spot. As, well, either Coach Bennett got cold feet about that move, or it would be a situation where Gerhardt would have had to come out of the game at shortstop, and she adds too much. So runners at the corners, Taylor Gerhardt at the plate with 2 away. Armstrong's pitch misses high. Walters dances off of first. Will they try to go first and third here and induce a pickle? Try to get Jackson to score the winning run from third. 8-1 Braves lead. This next one would induce the mercy rule. Strike 1 called at the knees. So the mercy rule being if your team goes up by 8 or more, and there are 5 complete innings, the game is over. 1-1 pitch. In there for a called strike. Armstrong does not want to see this game come to a close. She wants to give her team another chance to bat and cut into the deficit a little bit. Force this game to go the full 7. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Taylor Gerhardt. The pitch. Outside. And a good stop defensively by Lopez behind home plate to keep that from going to the backstop. And a Kelby Armstrong in the circle. Taylor Gerhardt at the plate, runners at the corners. The pitch swung on, grounded foul. It looked like there was a little bit inside. Gerhardt might have swung at ball 3, but would not want to go down looking with the potential winning run on third base. It's Jackson on third and Walters on first. Braves have 8 runs on 10 hits. Falcons with 1 run on 5 hits. And all 3 errors in this game have been committed by the visitors. Armstrong with the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled off by Gerhardt.
Once again, the Braves showing us how well they protect the plate. In hopes of getting a good base hit and possibly ending the game a little earlier than expected.
And the 2-2 pitch from Armstrong. Swung on, a roller to short. It comes up on her. She can't handle it. That's the game. Misplayed by Conley over at short. It's 9-1 UNCP. And this one is final. The Braves win via the mercy rule in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. 9-1 win over Montevallo as the Braves improve to 27-23-1. A very nice all-around game for UNCP. They go to 13-10 in the Peach Belt Conference. They will play one more regular season home game, and it's coming up in about 30 minutes here on the Braves Broadcast Network. We'll be back then. Final score here in Game 1 one more time. Braves 9, Falcons 1 in 5 innings. And welcome back to LRA Field on the campus of UNC Pembroke. Game 2 of the doubleheader, senior day between the UNCP Braves and Montevallo Falcons. Good afternoon, Braves fans, and thanks again for joining us. With Brandon Blakeney, I'm Cameron Songer. The last home game of the regular season for the UNCP Braves, who come in 27-23-1, 13-10 in the Peach Belt Conference, taking on Montevallo, who was 19-35, 3-18 in the Peach Belt Conference. Starting lineups for you right now, starting with Montevallo batting. It's a pretty similar lineup to Game 1. Celestia Davila will lead off and play left field. Then Shelby Clark at short. Lady Sarah Federico at the designated player spot. Kelsey Vining will play first base after moving over to the designated player spot in Game 1. Shelby Lopez behind the plate. Maria Sosa at second base, batting sixth. The seventh hitter will be Caitlin Thompson. The eighth hitter will be Kendra Buckley. And rounding out the starting 9 in the batting order for Montevallo is Duke Darby. Their starting pitcher is Jocelyn Rivera. Starting for UNCP in the circle is right-handed pitcher junior Abby Walters, who comes in with a 3.03 ERA, a 7-5 win-loss record. This is her 20th appearance and 10th start. She's thrown 71 2/3 innings, struck out 44, walked 36, and opponents hitting .242 against her this season. Brandon, it was pretty much all Braves in the first game. Montevallo did score first, but then the Braves scored the last 9 runs, ended up winning by run rule in 5 innings.
Yeah, the Braves were able to break but usually 9-18 when the first run is scored on them. But like you said, it was all Braves in that one. We'll see if the Falcons can capitalize off, well, not capitalize, but cut off on some of those errors from last contest.
First pitch from Walters misses outside, and we are underway in Game 2. First pitch coming at 1:21 p.m. Eastern Time. So we are just getting started for the second game of today's doubleheader. Next pitch grounded towards third, misplayed by Johnson off the heel of her glove, and that allows Davila to reach. We'll score that an error on Jamie Johnson.
Cameron, that's usually a pretty routine play for her, so we'll see if she can shake it off and move on into the next sequence.
We take a look at the UNCP defensive alignment in the infield from left to right. It'll be the same as it was in Game 1. As this is a bunt laid down over towards first, tossing and covering as Melvin throws over to Davis. It's Melvin at first, Davis at second, Gerhardt at short, Johnson at third. In the outfield for UNCP, Cox in left, Jackson in center, and in right field is Haley Epperson. Behind the plate, Tony Nelson and, again, Abby Walters in the circle.
And it is a beautiful day for some softball here, Cameron, out at LRA Field.
Wind blowing in from center field, temperature in the mid-60s. And the count 2-0 to Lady Sarah Federico. Federico was 1 for 2 in the first game. The very dangerous Kelsey Vining waiting on deck.
Yeah, Kelsey Vining, the sophomore, hitting a very impressive .491 on the season.
Federico fouls this off, so it's 2-1. Davila on second, 1 away. Misses low to make it 3-1. Tipped foul. Count full now to Federico.
Federico definitely at the plate battling right now, making the pitcher work a little bit harder than she might like to. Keep an eye on those extra pitches being thrown early here.
Payoff pitch misses outside, so a 1-out walk drawn by Lady Sarah Federico. She's aboard. Runners on first and second now to start things for the Falcons in the first inning. So here's Kelsey Vining, sophomore with a .491 batting average. She was 1 for 2 in the first game.
And Cameron, with runners in scoring position here, I'm not sure they would want anybody else at the plate right now at this moment.
So Walters needs to dig deep with a couple good pitches. This pitch gets past Nelson. And there's runners to second and third on the wild pitch.
Nelson has been pretty solid behind the plate for the Braves.
Line drive hit to short, nothing the Braves can do, and now a toss play from Gerhardt over to second. Davis can't handle it, it goes into right field, and that's a problem for UNCP. 1-0 Falcons, runners on second and third, and this top of the first inning will continue.
And that's just an unfortunate play right there. It looked to me as if the runner might have been hit with the ball off the top of the head at second base, and just an unlucky play there for the home team.
So the Falcons again score first. Braves now 9-19 on the season when opponents score first, and they overcame it once in game one. Can they do it again? Need to get out of this inning first.
We shall see.
Shelby Lopez now comes to the plate and takes on the outside corner.
That's a heck of a pitch there from Rivera. Way to battle back for the junior right there.
Lopez did not play in the first game. Grounds this ball to third. Nice defense by Johnson. Gets the out over at first, and the runners have to stay where they are. 2 away now in the Montevallo first. The ground out by Lopez. Brings up Marissa Sosa, the freshman who's hitting .233. Abby Walters looking to get out of this jam. Popped up on the right side in foul territory. No one gets to it.
Some great hustle there by the Braves infield. Way to look alive. Samantha Melvin over there at first base. Cameron, if you look at this Falcons lineup of Montevallo, a lot of freshmen and sophomores in this batting lineup. Not really any upperclassmen, so a lot of room to grow for this young group as well. Only one senior catcher, Shelby Lopez.
A handful of seniors up and down this Montevallo roster, but remember, this is just their second year of competition. Program that was started in 2013. They had a training year in 2014. Started competing in 2015.
They sit last place in a very competitive Peach Belt Conference, but kind of expect that just starting out young program like that.
Well, they finished higher than UNCP a year ago. They finished 11-13 in the conference a year ago, and UNCP was 8-16. Falcons won both games they played against the Braves in a doubleheader last season. That was in Alabama. So the Braves looking for some revenge here, plus the motivation of senior day.
Can't forget that.
1-2, strike three looking as Marissa Sosa takes that one. Falcons do score 1 run in the top of the first, but it could have been a lot worse. They leave 2 runners in scoring position. We'll go to the bottom of the first. Braves trailing 1-0.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Warming up in the circle for Montevallo is their starting pitcher, Jocelyn Rivera. She started the first game, but only went 2 innings. She's got a 3.85 ERA and a 5-18 win-loss record. This is her 36th appearance and 24th start. She's gone 132 and 2/3 innings. Opponents hitting .324 against her, as she struck out 86 and walked just 40.
Yeah, we see the strategy here by Montevallo, only pitching her 2 innings that last game. Definitely expecting her to go a little bit deeper in this second half contest.
Defensively, the alignment for the Falcons behind her. In the outfield, it's the same as game 1. Davila, Duke, and Buckley from left to right. Thompson remains holding down third base, but changes throughout the rest of the infield. Clark is now at shortstop, Sosa at second, Vining at first, and Lopez behind the plate. Batting order exactly the same for UNCP here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. And it will be Jamie Johnson to lead off for the Black and Gold in Game 2, the last home game of the 2016 season. And the Braves coming up to bat for the first time, already staring at a 1-0 deficit.
And it's been a long season, Cameron. It's just crazy that it's finally coming to an end today as far as regular season.
Showing bunt, pulling back. Strike 1 called on Jamie Johnson. Johnson's a sophomore and a .368 hitter. He's got 63 hits. He's good for second on the team. We go 1 pitch. Misses a little bit low and away.
Johnson came through with a pretty nice backhand play at third base in that last half inning to maybe help stop the bleeding some for the Braves and not let the inning get too out of control early.
1-1 from Rivera. Grounded back up the middle. That's through into right center field. Full extension effort by Sosa. She couldn't get to it, and the Braves have a leadoff single from Jamie Johnson.
Heck of an effort there by Sosa over at second. Not afraid to get the jersey a little dirty, but even better offense there by Johnson.
Marissa Sosa over there at second has to make up for some lost time. She didn't play in the first game, so if she wants to get that jersey dirty, other players have a head start on her.
Exactly.
Whitney Jackson comes up to the plate now. She squares up to bunt, gets it towards the pitcher. He'll go to second and get the lead runner. Jamie Johnson not able to get to second base in time on a rifle of a throw by Jocelyn Rivera. So Jackson is safe on the fielder's choice, and it brings up Abby Walters.
And usually you want to go to the routine play, but right there, great decision to go ahead and get the lead runner there at second, and it worked out for him.
Walters was in right field in game 1. Now she's the pitcher batting third in the lineup. Shows how good she is at multiple things.
Great to have those all-around utility and versatile players in softball on your roster.
You can be the game 2 starter in a doubleheader and also hitting .399 at the plate. That's not bad. The 1-0. A little bit low. Make it 2-0 to Abby Walters. Got 69 hits to pace the Braves, 16 doubles and 7 home runs, also 3 triples. Those are all team bests in each of those categories.
And she'll be looking for her 8th win on the season as well today.
She also has a team best 3.03 ERA. Now, there's some talk. I think one of the favorites for Peach Belt Conference Player of the Year would be Montevallo's Kelsey Vining. And look what she's done. She's hitting .491, also has stolen 41 bases.
Well deserving. But
Abby Walters, obviously not the same kinds of numbers in those categories, but the fact that she can also pitch.
Yeah, when they're making a decision for the prestigious award, I think that definitely has to be taken into consideration, the versatility that she brings to this Braves offense and defense.
3-1 pitch on the way to Walter. She lines it foul down the third base line. Jackson over there on first. She's 3 of 4 on stolen base attempts this year.
We'll see maybe with this relief in wind a little bit if we'll see any more, maybe a larger number of deep balls than the first game here at LRA Field. Wind was kind of holding everything in coming from center field at us.
3-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Abby Walters goes down swinging for the second out. They'll throw over to first, check on Whitney Jackson, but she's back in safely. And Brandon, the broadcaster jinx is real because as soon as you started talking about the wind dying down a little bit, it picked right back up.
It seems it always happens that way, Cameron.
Taylor Gerhardt comes up to the plate now. Gerhardt is a sophomore and a .327 hitter. Ended game 1 by reaching on an error. Allowed the Braves to win via the mercy rule. Pops this one up. It drops into shallow center field. Not the strongest hit of the season by any stretch of the imagination for Taylor Gerhardt, but it's a 2-out base knock. Puts runners on first and second for Tony Nelson.
She was just able to squeeze the blooper in there right in front of the center fielder, and it works.
Nelson at .317 in terms of her batting average for the season. Sophomore catcher for UNCP. I mean, you talked about the youth for Montevallo. They have one senior in their starting lineup for game 2. So does UNCP. It's second baseman Morgan Davis.
Yeah, Morgan
Excuse me,
Davis.
Whitney Jackson also is a senior, center field starter.
Definitely Jackson and Davis are two of the leaders on this Braves team, emotionally and on the field.
The third senior honored today as part of Brave Senior Day was Katie Saunders, who started game 1 in the circle, picked up the win.
We almost thought that she was going to get her first at-bat on the season, but didn't quite work out that way.
They thought about it. Now, what's especially notable is that Saunders was under 75 pitches in that win in game 1 because it was only a 5-inning outing. She would, I think, be available here in game 2 if necessary. This ball tipped foul by Tony Nelson.
And it never hurts to have a extra option available in a relief role as a coach.
Well, the Braves have really only used 3 pitchers this season. Katie Saunders, one of them, with 165 innings. Walters at 71 innings, and Taylor Strickland at 102 innings. Those are the only 3 pitchers they've used this season, so nice to be able to have, presumably, all 3 available.
Oh, yes, exactly.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Nelson. Again, we apologize for wind coming through on the headsets. There are pluses and minuses to having the outdoor press box. I like the fresh air. Don't like the wind in the headsets, but you take what you get sometimes. 1-2 pitch. In there for a called strike. Nelson thought it was a little bit inside. The umpire disagrees, and that's strike 3. We're through 1 inning at LRA Field. The Falcons up 1-0. Falcons took advantage of 2 Braves errors in the first inning to take a 1-0 lead. As Abby Walters warms up for a second inning of work, she will face the 7, 8, and 9 spots in the Falcons batting order in game 2 of this doubleheader. It'll be Caitlin Thompson, then Kendra Buckley, and Darby Duke. Caitlin Thompson had the only run batted in the first game for Montevallo. She was 1 for 2. So it was Darby Duke. Kendra Buckley was 0 for 2 in the first game. It was actually a relatively long game considering it only lasted 5 innings.
Yeah, and it certainly felt that way, Cameron. Just it seemed a little bit slow-paced, and there was a couple errors that extended some innings as well. So we'll see if the pace and the flow of this game is a little bit more smoother.
First pitch in there for a called strike to Caitlin Thompson. The sophomore owns a .242 batting average. This is at that number 100 for her. She has 24 hits, 4 of them have been doubles, and 1 home run. The 0-1 offering just a little bit high.
It's always good to have offensive production, especially at those back 3 batters. You know, you get past the first 5 or 6, and you don't expect much, but it's always good to get that boost.
Big swing there. She misread it. Missed on it. Pretty small strike zone for Thompson as well. Listed at 5'4", and she Also gets into a pretty deep crouch. The pitch from Walters popped up to the right side. It hangs up in the air. Epperson in right field makes the catch, and there's one away.
Pretty routine play there.
Well, Haley Epperson coming in a little bit cold. I mean, remember, she didn't play in the first game. Walters was in right field in the first game with Saunders in the circle. Now Walters toeing the rubber as the pitcher means Epperson coming in. You know, you warm up and there's time between games, but also spending a lot of time on the bench in the first game. This one grounded towards short by Buckley to throw to first in time. One pitch and an out there as Kendra Buckley grounds out. The freshman not very patient at the plate. There's now 2 away.
They're very aggressive. And that's one thing we can say about this Falcons offense. They have not been afraid to swing the bats today.
Sophomore Darby Duke now comes up. She's hitting .284 this season, has 21 hits, and starts out ahead in the count 1-0. Two outs, bases empty in the Falcons' top half of the second inning. Walters with the fastball that goes upstairs. 2-0. The pitch. A little bit inside this time, and Walters threatening to walk the number 9 hitter here.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to walk a batter, especially with 2 outs here.
There's a late strike call from home plate umpire Don Settles. Also have Greg Craps in the infield. That's our umpiring crew. Same umpires as the first game. They just switched positions. The 3-1. Pours it in there for called strike 2.
The umps showing a little versatility. Even they can switch things up for game 2.
Move positions a little bit, yeah. Walters delivers. This one fouled off. Darby Duke swinging the bat for the first time in this at-bat. She had to look at 5 straight pitches, just kept the bat on her shoulder.
Patience has not been an issue here.
She fouls this one off, got a pretty good read on it, knocks it into the parking lot.
It's always a risk parking, at least in the front row here. Sometimes the second row. You never know where those foul balls are going to end up out there.
This one grounded foul along the first base line. A diving effort by Melvin. She couldn't come up with it. It would have been a foul ball either way. Yeah, parking at LRA Field, one of those rare instances where actually the further you park from the stadium, the better. And, you see the I don't know, 24 closest spots to the field are empty, and the lot across the street is packed.
That's not a coincidence.
These are some savvy softball fans in Pembroke, North Carolina. Another foul ball. This is turning into quite the battle between Darby Duke and Abby Walters.
It's a pretty great crowd out here tonight. Not many open seats this afternoon. Still some people walking in, but just a beautiful day. A lot of activity on campus.
Strike 3 looking. Duke thought that was ball 4. It was actually strike 3. And the Falcons go 1-2-3 in the second. Braves coming back up to bat. They're trailing 1-0 on the Braves Broadcast Network.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
So the Braves trailing 1-0. They are 9-19 this season when opponents score first. But the Falcons scored first in the first game today, and the Braves won by a run rule. So tells you a little bit about how much the Braves think about that statistic. And it wasn't even that the Braves quickly recovered after Montevallo scored first. The Falcons scored first in Game 1, and it was in the top of the second. The Braves didn't score until the bottom of the third, so there was a whole another inning.
Yeah, and we also saw that the Braves didn't collect their first hit until the 9th batter. The lineup went all the way around, so it was an all-around slow start last game, but they definitely finished strong.
Part of the issue for the Braves, or for the Falcons, I should say, is that they took out the starting pitcher, Jocelyn Rivera, after 2 innings in the first game, and her reliever, Abby Pratt, came in and promptly allowed 4 runs. This time I would be very surprised if Rivera is not the pitcher we see in the 3rd inning. She starts 1-0 to Savannah Melvin. Melvin takes again, and again it's a called ball. Melvin, a freshman with a .239 batting average. This is her 49th start of the season, coming in as a freshman and making pretty big impact.
Yeah, she's definitely seen a lot of action. She's played mostly first base, but she's also seen some action behind the plate as well.
Fouls this one off to the right side, out of play and into the parking lot.
Hear a couple cheers as that ball misses the cars.
All right, that's a woohoo, it didn't hit my car. Sorry about your windshield kind of cheer.
Yeah, I think so.
Hasn't been much to cheer about in this game yet for Braves fans, as Melvin gives this ball a ride into right field. It's dropping towards the foul line. It does hook foul. See what happens when a pop fly gets caught by the wind, though. It dies.
And we've seen that repeatedly today, Cameron. It's just it's hard to read a ball in that situation when it gets caught by the wind.
Definitely not as stiff of a breeze as it was early in Game 1. But it's been steady at least 15 miles an hour throughout the day. As Melvin out in front fouls this one off to the left side. A good leadoff at bat for an inning for Savannah Melvin. She's seen a handful of pitches now. Looking to start the 2nd inning off on the right foot for UNCP.
She's definitely at the plate battling for her squad right now. And as a coach, that's what you want to see.
Melvin, Brooks, and Cox do up this inning for UNC Pembroke. That's 6, 7, and 8 in the Braves batting order. The same batting order as they used in Game 1. 2-2 pitch on the way from Rivera. Melvin watches it sail outside.
Well, hey, you know what they say, Cameron. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Nothing was broken about the way the Braves were hitting in Game 1. 9-1 victory in 5 innings. With 4 runs coming in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, and 3 in the 5th. The 3-2 swung on, fouled off to the right side. Anytime you can score 9 runs over the course of 5 innings, and really it's 3 innings. They didn't score in the first 2 innings.
Exactly.
So the Braves put up 9 runs over the course of 3 innings in Game 1.
It took a few innings, but they finally found their stride.
But it wasn't against this pitcher. Rivera back in the circle. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Melvin. Swung on, popped up to the right side. This stays in the field of play, and it's caught over at first base by Vining for the first out.
That's a very true statement as well, Cameron. Rivera has been pitching really well against the Braves in her short stint on the rubber, so we'll see if they can finally crack the code or if she'll just continue her dominance.
Carly Brooks comes up to bat. Brooks, a sophomore, owns a .123 batting average, has 7 hits. None of them have been for extra bases yet. Swings at the first pitch, fouls it off into the net, 0-1. Bases empty, 1 away in the bottom half of the 2nd. Braves trail 1-0 against the Falcons from the University of Montevallo. Rivera with the pitch. Brooks takes, and it's called a ball.
That's a good eye there by Brooks, being patient, waiting on her pitch. She's been struggling a little bit on the season behind the plate. Hitting 123 so far, but we'll see if she can come through here in the finale.
Takes there. Ball 2. Lexi Cox on deck. Morgan Davis in the hole. Braves got 2 hits in the first inning. Weren't able to scratch across a run. This one nearly hits Brooks, who's able to dance out of the way.
That was close. Looks like that one might have just got away from her.
Carly Brooks in the first game was 1 for 3 with 1 run batted in. Going to keep the momentum going. She'll face a 3-1 pitch. Swings, hits it hard down the third base line. They call it foul. You can see that actually kicked up some chalk dust.
I was about to say it looked like it might have hit something over there.
But it means it was right on the line, about 4 feet short of third base, which means that it probably ended up crossing third base on the foul side, which makes it a foul ball.
That's a tough call to make in the heat of the moment.
I think the umpire probably got it right. The 3-2. Outside ball 4. So Brooks gets a board either way. I'm sure she would have rather had the frozen rope down the third base line into the left field corner. She'll take a walk as well. And it brings up Lexi Cox. Cox is a sophomore, playing left field today for the Braves, and she hits 196. Does have 13 runs batted in. Also 7 doubles. Brooks on first. No stolen bases for her. Strike 1 taken by Cox. Rivera set for the 0-1 pitch. Low and away. 2-0. Excuse me, 1-1.
Not a bad miss right there. Low and outside. Rivera definitely doing a good job picking her spots and keeping batters guessing with her placement.
1-1. Popped foul. Lexi Cox just missing on that swing. The 1-2 pitch. Off speed, just missed outside. That's one that's really tough to lay off of. Kind of seemed to hang in the air. Moved into the opposite batter's box. It was a little bit outside as it kind of kept hooking that way. And the plate, Lopez might want to do a slightly better job of framing that up. The 2-2. Grounded towards second base. A backhand stop. What a play. Looking to turn 2. They won't get it. But Sosa flashing the leather. There's 2 away.
Yeah, that was a heck of a play there by the freshman. Almost able to turn 2, but not quite.
Marissa Sosa. Full extension again. We talked about her really diving and getting the uniform dirty. Just adding to it. Then the idea from the shortstop, Shelby Clark, to try to turn 2. It's so difficult to do in softball because of the short base path up to the first base line.
Very true.
Morgan Davis digs in. She swings at the first pitch, fouls it straight back. So it's Lexi Cox now on first. Morgan Davis at the plate. The only lefty bat in the Braves lineup. Also with that unique slap approach.
Davis actually had a big 2-out single in the last game to start that rally that resulted in the mercy rule. So she's been pretty solid so far in this series.
Gets this one over to short. A quick throw over to first is in time, and the Braves can't score a run in the second inning either. Through 2 innings at LRA Field, the Falcons up 1-0. Top of the order due up for Montevallo in the top of the third inning. Falcons up 1-0. They took advantage of 2 Braves errors in the first. The Falcons have just 1 hit so far. Braves with 2. And what's been a quick start to game 2 of today's doubleheader. Braves won the first game 9-1. Celestia Davila fouls off the first pitch. Davila scored the game's only run thus far after reaching on an error to start the top of the first. Falcons come in at 3-18 in the Peach Belt Conference. Braves at 13-10. This one misses high and inside. 1-1 now the count. The Braves with another win here in Game 2 could do no worse than 5th in the Peach Belt Conference's final standings. This ball grounded towards short. Gerhardt gathers, throws, 1 away.
And 5th place finish this year would definitely feel like an accomplishment with this young group. Some senior leadership spread it in through the lineup, but majority of the lineup very young and underclass, so pretty impressive finish for them, these ladies.
The Braves came into today's game tied with Georgia College. Georgia College has the tiebreaker by virtue of having a win over the highest ranked team in North Georgia. 0-1 now the count to Shelby Clark. So the Braves would need, if the Braves won both, they would need USC Aiken to beat Georgia College in one of their 2 games today in order to get the 4 seed over Georgia College.
And currently, Georgia College is up 4-0 in Game 1 at USC Aiken, so that'll definitely be something to keep an eye on moving forward.
0-2 count. Here's the pitch. Misses outside. Shelby Clark at the plate. He's a sophomore from Calera, Alabama. Now, if the Braves drop this game, then they'd also be looking at how USC Aiken did, as well as Francis Marion. Check that. Francis Marion is done with an 11-13 mark. As that's strike 3 on Shelby Clark. Quickly 2 away in the Falcons' half of the third.
Heck of a pitch there by Walters to punch out the hitter.
So it brings up Lady Sarah Federico. Walked her first time up. He's a freshman from San Diego, California.
A lot of diversity on this Montevallo lineup. They do a pretty good job of recruiting, it seems like, nationwide.
First pitch to Federico misses. Makes it 1-0. The 1-0. Low and inside. Now, the Braves came in with a 1-game lead over USC Aiken for 5th. USC Aiken currently in 6th. And the Braves and the Pacers split their doubleheader last weekend. Check, that was on Friday. Last weekend the Braves were at home against Flagler and Armstrong. Been a busy couple weeks for the Braves.
Yes, it has.
They've had to make up some games that were previously rained out, and then they had another game rained out. They were scheduled to play Belmont Abbey this past Tuesday. This ball hit in the air to the right side, dropping quickly on the dive. Epperson can't come up with it, and it will be a single for Lady Sarah Federico. Her second hit of the day after she was 1 for 2 in the first game.
The freshman contributing some solid offense so far for the Falcons, but it kind of looked like that ball coming off the bat was going to give Epperson some problems over in right field, but she did well to sacrifice the body and attempt to corral it, so no harm done there.
It kind of died on the grass. If it had taken a weird bounce off of her glove or something, that could have caused extra bases. A very dangerous Kelsey Vining at the plate. She's already 1 for 1 at the plate in this game, after going 1 for 2 in the first game. Vining out of Plano, Texas. Up at above 490 in terms of batting average this season.
Just
unbelievable.
That's out of this world, and I mean, just a sophomore, still a lot of room to grow here, so she'll definitely be one to keep an eye on throughout her collegiate career.
2-0 pitch misses low and away. 3 balls, no strikes, and a 2-out walk here to Vining. It wouldn't necessarily be the end of the world for the Braves. Might not want to see her swing the bat, and that's kind of what happens as Walters picks at the corners, can't get any calls, and Vining draws the walk. So now runners on first and second for Shelby Lopez. Lopez came in as a defensive replacement at catcher in Game 1 for Lady Sarah Federico. Didn't get to bat in Game 1, so now the catcher and also in the batting order in Game 2.
And I think Lopez has settled down the defense. She's come in consistently. We saw a couple errant throws by Federico on stolen bases, but she's definitely come in to replace her and been solid.
Pitch misses low and inside. You see the importance of a good backstop as Nelson picked that one out of the dirt. Which replays that Federico wasn't necessarily making in the first game.
And Nelson has been outstanding in this contest as well. Last game, I don't believe she let any wild pitches get past her. This one, she's let one go through. So 2 games.
And don't underestimate the difficulty of just catching back-to-back games like that.
Exactly.
I mean, even though the first game, again, it only went 5 innings, but it was, in terms of time, pretty much a full-length game, about 2 hours.
And usually, well, at least in baseball, there's a switch when there's a doubleheader. So definitely impressive that she's catching both of these games back-to-back like this.
The little trip to the circle seemed to work as Walter's next pitch is a strike. First and second for the Falcons. 2 outs in the top of the third. Falcons lead 1-0. This ball grounded to short. Gerhardt can't come up with it, and that'll be an error on the Braves shortstop. 3rd error defensively by UNCP in this game.
It seems like the Todd may have switched the error bug starting to bite the Braves here in this second contest.
It was pretty much perfect for UNCP in the first game, and Montevallo was the one committing the errors. And you're right, it seems to have flipped the other way. Here's Marissa Sosa with the bases loaded and 2 outs. The pitch swung on, grounded back up the middle, threw into center field. That will score 1 and only 1. As coming up throwing was Jackson.
Talk about a spark off the bench. Sosa has definitely made a difference so far in this second contest.
And she's played lights out D at second base. And also coming up with an RBI single there. 2-0 Falcons in the third. And that first game, Montevallo committed 4 errors. The Braves had 0. But that error costing UNCP. I imagine if Gerhardt comes up with that, makes a clean throw over to first. That's the 3rd out, and we'd be out of this inning.
That's usually a routine play for her, so kind of surprising to see her miss that one. Kind of a slow roller there.
When Thompson swings, gets this ball past Johnson. Gerhardt backing her up, the throw off line. That'll score a run. And that is a base hit. So Caitlin Thompson with an RBI single. The bases stay loaded. And the Falcons suddenly putting some runs together.
That was a heads-up play there by Gerhardt to catch the rebound and not let it get into the outfield. Still, the Braves have 2 outs here, even though the bases are loaded. So we'll see if they can try to get out of this inning before it gets worse.
Brittany Bennett will come to the circle, talk to her infield. Now, the Braves, you could call them an inconsistent team because looking back at their last outing on Friday, the first game against USC Aiken, they were run-ruled in 6 innings, losing 9-1. Then they came back in the second game and run-ruled the Pacers 10-0. So those are 2 very different results and shows that it's very possible. Looking at the standings, the Braves and the Pacers could end up with the same record, and the 2 times they played, they would end up with run-rule games, one going each way. It's the way softball is sometimes. It's very much a game of momentum. On paper, today, the Braves are the better team than Montevallo, but there's a reason games aren't played on paper.
Couldn't have said it any better.
This ball hit back up the middle, through into center field as Kendra Buckley delivers this hit. They're trying to score a runner from second, and it is successful as Sosa with the aggressive base running. 2 more runs score on the play. It's 5-0 Falcons. RBI single by Kendra Buckley. This one's getting out of control fast.
Yeah, and we'll see if the Braves can stop the bleeding here. It looks like they have pitcher from last game warming up, Katie Saunders, in the bullpen. So, excuse me.
That's Taylor Strickland in the bullpen.
Strickland.
He said there's only 3 pitchers on the Braves roster, so you could do a pretty quick elimination as to who it is.
Looks like the freshman is getting a little work.
First and third play there as Buckley takes second base. Now, the reason you usually don't see a throw go all the way down to second is by the time someone would be trying to apply the tag to a runner, there's time for the runner who's on third to come home and try to score. Teams will often let the runner take second base in that situation to avoid giving up the run.
And, that's just something you have to sacrifice. You'd rather give up a base than a run any day.
And there are different variations on how to do it defensively as this ball fouled back. Darby Duke, by the way, the 9th hitter to come to the plate this inning for the Falcons. It's a 1-2 count. Sometimes you see a straight-up fake throw. Sometimes you see the pitcher cut it off. The Braves opt to have the second baseman come in and cut it off and then try to go over to third. Pitch to Duke, popped up on the right side. On the run in foul territory is Epperson. She can't get to it as it bounces into the parking lot.
Yeah, she just ran out of ground there, but the Falcons still working with 2 outs here. It's pretty impressive, but we'll see if the Braves can collect one and get out of this inning.
All 4 of these runs coming after the error. I believe that makes all of these runs unearned on Abby Walters. Tough pill to swallow. Breaking ball grounded towards short. Gerhardt gathers, throws to first in time. And the inning comes to a close, but the damage is done. The Falcons strike for 4 runs through 2.5. It's Falcons 5, Braves nothing. We'll be right back. Bottom of the third, and the Jekyll and Hyde Braves are alive and well after a run rule win in Game 1. They're down 5-0 here to start Game 2. We say that because, again, looking at the last time the Braves played, which was Friday against USC Aiken, a 9-1 loss in the first game in 6 innings, and then a 10-0 win in 6 innings for the Braves. So,
yeah, you just never know which team you're going to get on what day. I mean, they show glimpses of greatness, and then other times it's just you don't know what happened. So we'll see if they can rebound here and shake some of these errors off, because it seems like that's really what's been costing them.
well, last week the Braves had a 7-game winning streak and also won 9 out of 10 dating back to the start of April. But the last time the Braves were at home was last weekend against Armstrong. And the Braves won the first game against a nationally ranked Pirates team 3-1, and then lost the second game 7-0 after the Pirates hit a grand slam.
And I remember earlier in the season they beat a nationally ranked Catawba team as well. So some big wins on the season for these Braves. They've proven they can play with some of the most talented teams in the nation.
Jamie Johnson at the plate. Yeah, and it's because of that that falling behind 5-0 to the bottom team in the Peach Belt Conference standings is kind of a head-scratcher for UNCP. But the game's not over yet. It's a very capable Braves offense. 5 runs is a sizable deficit, but it's not insurmountable.
No, yeah, we'll see if Johnson can get something going here early in this inning, leading off. Like you said, still a lot of ball game left.
Jamie Johnson singled her first time up to lead off the bottom of the first for the Braves and was stranded on the base pass. The 2-1 swung on, fouled off to the right side. Check that. Johnson was actually out at second on a fielder's choice, but it's the same thing. They weren't able to bring in that run.
Yeah, same result.
Johnson, Jackson, and Walters due up in this third inning for the Braves. It's the top 3 in their batting order.
And
after a top of the third where the Falcons batted around.
if they want to get something going here, this is the perfect place to start with these three coming up.
The 2-2 is very low. Would have been a strike if home plate was about half the distance that it actually is.
I don't think they want this field getting any smaller.
I mean, it's already tough. I mean, a hard hit line drive in the infield, you kind of, your heart skips a beat a little bit because it's such a quick reaction.
Yeah.
This ball tattooed down the third base line. They'll call it foul. And I don't know about that. That one looked pretty close.
The Braves have been flirting with that third base line this afternoon.
Jamie Johnson would have had a double without a problem if that's a fair ball.
I think it's safe to say she's one of the fastest on this Braves team, if not the fastest.
Full count. Rivera with the pitch. Swung on, hit in the air to the right side. Going back is Buckley. She can't get to it as it goes to the wall. Johnson rounding second, looking for third. She will dive in safely. It's a triple for Jamie Johnson.
Heck of a hit there, and some hustle and bustle to get around those bases. Displaying that excellent base speed we were just talking about.
Well, the Braves certainly are aggressive on the base paths, and we talked also about softball being a game of momentum. If that doesn't do something to fire up your team and try to swing some momentum, then I don't know what will. You know, in baseball, they call the triple the most exciting play in baseball.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little bit more common, frankly, in softball because of the short base path. It's a little bit easier for a runner to just get around, but it's still very exciting.
Exciting indeed.
Whitney Jackson takes ball one on the outside part.
See if the senior can knock in Johnson, the sophomore, over at third base here.
Whitney Jackson from Farmville, North Carolina, playing her final game here at LRA Field.
She's played a lot of games for the black and gold, so I know she would like to go out with a victory today.
Jackson has been solid for UNCP this year, getting .340 at the plate. Also has 21 runs batted in this season. She had a very good first game, going 2 for 4 with 2 runs batted in and 3 runs scored. She skies this ball into center field. Fighting off the sun is Duke. She comes running in, makes the catch. Now trying to score is Johnson. The throw is airmailed. Now she hesitates and then comes home and scores.
It seemed like there was a play to be made at the plate, but just a couple errant throws there, and Braves are able to capitalize and get on the board.
So Johnson held up as the throw came in, then saw that the throw was going high, then tried to score, and then the toss by the pitcher Rivera, who was backing it up, was also errant. Just a little underhand toss. It was about a 3-foot throw, and sometimes those can be the toughest to make because there's not a very big window. You kind of have to have that right where it needs to be. I mean, you'd think that, oh, it's the pitcher. She can just toss, put the ball wherever. That's not something you necessarily practice a ton, is a 3-foot underhand toss after you come running to back up a throw from center field, and you have to put it right on the dime. I don't know.
Very true. I mean, the adrenaline's pumping at that point.
Abby Walters comes to the plate with the bases empty and 1 out. Braves on the scoreboard. They're down 5-1.
Walters hitting .399 on the season. Pretty impressive in her own right.
Struck out her first time up, but he's also pitching here today for the Braves, and watch those last 4 runs score last inning. It wasn't her fault. Those are unearned runs.
Yeah, nothing much you can do there. I mean, she's throwing strikes.
Hits this ball hard to third. It bounces towards the glove of Thompson. She scoops it up, but not going to be able to have time to make a throw.
That was a hard hit ball there.
And this. For that, a base hit for Abby Walters. It's her second hit across the 2 games today. She went 1 for 2 in the first game, and now 1 for 2 in this one. Taylor Gerhardt comes to the plate now. Singled her first time up in this contest. Runner on first with 1 out, and the breaking ball in there for a called strike.
Oh, and I know typically the strategy is to lay off the first pitch, but that one was right down Broadway. I'm surprised she didn't pull the trigger there.
Wind gusting in from center field again. The pitch swung on, lofted towards right field, hooking towards the foul line, and it is a foul ball. No balls, 2 strikes to Taylor Gerhardt, sophomore from Winfield Park, New Jersey.
Buckley, the freshman, staying busy over there in right field. Last couple foul balls have been hit in her direction.
She had a stellar diving catch in the first game.
Yes, she did.
The 0-2. Strike 3 looking on the outside corner. Taylor Gerhardt is retired. It's the second strikeout of this game in the circle for Jocelyn Rivera.
And that was a beautiful pitch there. Nice placement. Just froze the batter, and she continues this superb performance. She's been solid on the rubber so far in this one.
Well, it brings up Tony Nelson. She struck out her first time up. So pretty good accomplishment for Rivera. She's now struck out the 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the Braves batting order today.
And there are some big bats at the top of the lineup. She's just been able to neutralize them.
Tony Nelson knocked in 2 runs in the first game despite not having a base hit. She had an RBI hit by pitch and an RBI sac fly. Runner goes as Walters gets a great jump. The throw way offline. That might have hit her. But this is not kickball.
Or dodgeball.
You don't get an out for hitting someone with a thrown ball. A throw offline from Lopez, and that's kind of the same problem we saw Federico have behind the plate for Montevallo in the first game before she was pulled in favor of Lopez. Just those throws down to second haven't been close by and large.
And it seems they're not missing the velocity aspect. It just the aim has just been off today.
2-0 count to Nelson. Now a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. Nelson takes that a little bit high and outside.
Good eye there by Nelson. Definitely displaying some patience at the plate. She's rewarded. She's up in this count, 3-0.
Tony Nelson, a sophomore from Bear Creek, North Carolina, looking for a pitch to hit. And there's the strike. Knew it was coming. Jocelyn Rivera, not the kind of pitcher who issues a lot of 4-pitch walks. (3-1) as she rocks and fires. Swung on, hit in the air to the right side. That's foul. Stays in the field of play, but no chance for anybody to get to that. Count goes full to Tony Nelson. 2 outs, the runner on second. Braves deficit is 4. Montevallo looking for their 4th conference win of the season. Braves have 13 of those. The 3-2. Swung on, skied to the left side. Fighting off the sun is the third baseman, Thompson. She can't squeeze it. Took a tough route on that ball. Tried to go over the shoulder with it, also kind of being back to the third base bag.
Yeah.
Not usually the angle you see someone try to field the ball.
Just looks like she may have overread it a little bit on that play.
Nelson catches a break. She stays alive with 2 outs. Walters over there on second. Rivera with the payoff pitch. Swung on, lined into left field. It's a foul ball.
Maybe one of these foul balls into left field will stay fair at some point in this game. There's been a lot of them.
There can only be so many times you hit the ball foul by about 3 or 4 feet down the third base line. Eventually, one of them has to drop in fair territory.
Honestly, it's facts. It has to.
It's been that kind of day for the Braves. Rivera's next pitch is lined into right center field, into the gap. That's an RBI hit for Tony Nelson as Walters scores easily, and it's a stand-up double for Tony Nelson. 5-2 now, Montevallo's lead. Tony Nelson comes up with another run batted in.
Well, she's taking power away from the foul line. She just decided to find a gap on that one.
2 runs this inning for the Braves, and now the Falcons want to talk things over. Head coach Lindsey Vanover meets with the entire infield, as well as starting pitcher Jocelyn Rivera. Now, knowing what the Braves know about the other pitchers on Montevallo's roster, namely Abby Pratt and Jonna Kelby Armstrong, well, the Braves got to them after Rivera was pulled out of the game after 2 innings in game 1. I would imagine that this Montevallo coaching staff is very hesitant to go with anyone other than Rivera in the circle.
Yeah, she's pitched a lot of innings for them on the season so far, Cameron, and she's definitely their one true ace, so I'm sure they're going to try to let her go as long as she possibly can in this finale.
Long meeting. The home plate umpire finally has to come break up this little huddle. And now Savannah Melvin will finally be allowed to come up and hit.
She's had a chance to get plenty of practice cuts in.
So a lot of time to think about the importance of this at bat. Granted, it's only the 3rd inning, but down by 3 with a runner in scoring position. You don't want to keep that deficit too large for too long. Rivera's pitch is swung on, dropping into right field, not dropping quickly enough as Buckley runs in, makes the catch. The Braves score 2 in the inning, leave a runner on second. Through 3 innings at LRA Field, it's Falcons 5, Braves 2.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Falcons plated 4 runs in the top of the 3rd, batted around last inning. See if they can do it again. If they had any other inning that approaches that last inning, the Braves would be in some trouble. 5-2 Montevallo leads. Game 2 of today's Senior Day doubleheader at LRA Field. UNCP looking to send off their seniors in their final career home game with a couple of nice wins after the Braves won Game 1 9-1.
Yeah, and this young Montevallo team and program is just trying to, collect some wins at the end of the season and build towards next year. Also important for them as a young program moving forward.
Hot shot hit right back up the middle by Davila, and Walters flashes the leather, records the first out.
Hey, that's what happens when you can play center field and come and pitch. Definitely have the glove work.
So 1 pitch, 1 out. Shelby Clark will now come up to hit. And for the Braves, this is their last regular season game. The Falcons tomorrow will be on the road taking on North Georgia in a matchup between the top and bottom teams in the Peach Belt Conference. North Georgia's only been beaten once in league play. They've won 10 straight, and they're 45-6 overall. That will be a seriously tall order for Montevallo to hang with the Nighthawks. This pitch by Walters is knocked into left field by Shelby Clark. She picks up her first hit of the afternoon. She was 0 for 2 in the first game, now 1 for 2 in this game.
And Shelby Clark, the sophomore at shortstop, she's been pretty solid. She did have the game-ending error in the first game, but in the second contest, she's shaking it off, and she's been pretty solid for her team.
1 out, the runner on first for Montevallo. I mean, obviously the mindset for the Braves coming into this one is win for the seniors, try to improve our position in the Peach Belt Conference standings, and lock up a good seed in the Peach Belt Conference tournament. For Montevallo, sure, it's another team's senior day. You try to play spoiler on an opponent's senior day, but also, I mean, you look at the schedule, you see that your last 2 games are against the defending national champions and current number 6 team in the nation in North Georgia, and say, realistically, this is our last chance of winning some games. 1 pitch is swung on and missed as Clark with a stunt run over from first.
And yeah, that's going to be a big series for them as well, like you said, Cameron. I mean, #1 team in the conference coming in, top 10 nationally. They're going to get everybody's best shot week in and week out.
This ball popped foul. That game will happen tomorrow. North Georgia versus Montevallo. So, assuming that North Georgia is able to hold home field both games, and again, you're looking at teams that are 21-1 coming into today in the Peach Belt Conference in North Georgia, and 3-17 in Montevallo.
Just two opposite ends.
The opposite end. So the Falcons probably look at this like this is their last opportunity to win a Peach Belt Conference or any game this season.
And you just can't imagine if they were able to, pull off the upset and carry that momentum into the next season, knowing that they knocked off the #1 ranked team in the conference last year.
Two away now after Federico pops out. Kelsey Vining to the plate. Very dangerous hitter. Up near 500 on the season. Just incredible. And the first pitch to her on the outside corner for a called strike. She's reached base both times she's come up in this game. Singled in the first, walked in the third. Swings, knocks this ball foul on the roof of the Braves dugout, 0-2.
Yeah, and it just seems like she hasn't met a pitch or a pitcher she didn't like all season. She's just been knocking the stitches out of the ball. Very impressive behind the plate.
Kelsey Vining, a product of Plano West High School in Plano, Texas. 0-2 pitch on the way, just misses outside.
Yes, everything is bigger in Texas, even the batting averages.
Tell you what, I'm sure that the Plano area pitchers in high school and opposing coaches are glad that she graduated and moved on to the college ranks.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't have the number in front of me, but I'll tell you what, if someone's hitting 500 nearly in a Division II softball competition in college, I hate to think about what she was doing to high school level pitching.
Yeah, honestly, probably borderline scary. And it's also even scarier to think that this young lady is just a sophomore. I know we keep focusing on that, but she still has 2 more seasons left to leave her mark. An even bigger mark than she's left on her program already.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch, this is a little bit low and away. I hate to speculate, because I don't know what the situation is, but at what point does a bigger school, either a bigger D2, like a more historic, successful D2, or even a D1 come calling and say, here's a kid who's hitting over 400 at this level, and the nice snow cone catch at second base by Davis on the mile-high pop fly. Kelsey Vining retired to end the inning.
Nice play.
Falcons not able to score in the top of the 4th. We're through 3.5 at LRA Field. It's 5-2 Montevallo. The 7, 8, and 9 spots due up this inning for UNCP. It'll be Brooks, Cox, and Davis. As the Braves look to continue cutting into a 3-run deficit, they trail Montevallo 5-2, bottom of the 4th inning. Game 2 of this doubleheader after the Braves had no problem in the first game. Really jumped all over the Falcons' bullpen en route to a 9-1 victory in 5 innings. This one's been much more competitive thanks to Jocelyn Rivera in the circle. She did the first 2 innings in game 1 before she was pulled, trying to save her for game 2.
Yeah, she has definitely been holding down the rubber in this one.
Carly Brooks at the plate. Walked her first time up in this contest. And takes strike 1 on the outside corner. In the first game, Brooks was 1 for 3 with 1 run batted in. Part of the order where the Braves would love to see some more production. The 0-1 offering to Brooks is popped up on the left side, hooking quickly towards foul territory, and it gets out of play. Brooks, the sophomore from Burlington, North Carolina, will face an 0-2 count.
Another sophomore in this heavily sophomore-dominated lineup for the Braves.
Jocelyn Rivera back in the circle. He's a junior from Brooklyn, Ohio, and a transfer from Ball State University. I don't think we've mentioned that yet. The only D1 transfer from on this Montevallo team.
And she definitely seems like she brings a next level, or at least another level, compared to the other pitchers on the roster. You can definitely tell she has something extra. But she's a long way from Ball State.
Hard hit ball into left field. Brooks put a drive into that one. Gets it to the wall on 1 bounce. She's looking for 2, and she's got a stand-up double to start the Braves inning. Carly Brooks with the big base knock.
That's how you want to get things started.
Only for the 2nd inning in a row, and the 3rd inning out of 4, the Braves have the leadoff hitter on base. Lexi Cox will come up to bat now. And have her teammate Carly Brooks standing on 2nd base. But first there will be a pitching change, and that'll be it for Jocelyn Rivera here in this game. We'll have the pitching change. We'll take a break. When we come back, Braves trying to cut into a 5-2 deficit.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
New pitcher for Montevallo is Jenna Kelby Armstrong, senior from Wilsonville, Alabama, out of Cornerstone Christian. She did pitch in the first game. She went 2 1/3 innings, gave up 7 hits, 5 runs, 3 of which were earned, walked 1 and struck out 1.
And she's getting her 2nd crack at this Braves lineup, so we'll see if she does better in her 2nd look at things.
Comes into this game now with a 4.4 ERA. Lexi Cox at the plate, Morgan Davis on deck. The runner on 2nd is Carly Brooks, who started this inning with a double. Stunt run over from 2nd, and the first pitch misses inside on Lexi Cox. Looks like Brooks is almost daring the catcher Lopez to make some kind of throw down towards 2nd.
Well, with the way these throws have been looking just so aired and off the mark, I would try to test them myself, honestly.
Another pitch low and inside. Armstrong trying to get the call at that spot. It's not happening for her right now. Lexi Cox at the plate, the sophomore from Whispering Pines, North Carolina. Looks at the 2-0 that misses high and away. So the story of the first game was lights out pitching from Jocelyn Rivera in the first 2 innings, and then struggles once Montevallo went to the bullpen. Rivera lasted 3 innings this time, and the first batter she faced in the 4th got a hit. They go to the bullpen again. We'll see if Montevallo has some more success with their relief pitchers in game number 2 of this doubleheader. All 9 runs the Braves scored in the first game came against the non-starter Rivera. Ball 4 is in the dirt and goes all the way to the backstop. Brooks will take third base on the wild pitch. Lexi Cox will take first on the walk. Runners at the corners. Morgan Davis comes up to bat. No outs. Braves down by 3. We'll see how much longer that's the case. Morgan Davis was so good in the first game. Went 3 for 3 with a run batted in and a run scored. Grounded out her first time up here in this contest. Makes her overall 3 for 4. Fouls this one off.
She's the only true slap batter in this lineup for the Braves, the senior. She's had a pretty solid career as well in the black and gold for UNCP. Battled some injuries, but definitely solid. Came back strong her senior year.
Yeah, the fifth-year senior, Morgan Davis, slaps this ball towards third. It's mishandled by Thompson. I don't think there's anything she could do with that. Score that a base hit. A serious hot shot to the hot corner, and the Braves have the bases loaded to start the 4th.
And that's what we mentioned earlier about the, the field perimeters in softball are a little bit smaller, so those hot shots coming off the bat in the infield are hard to deal with, especially if they take a bounce.
Bases loaded. Jamie Johnson comes up. Braves down by 3 right now. No outs to the bottom of the 4th. Infield comes in to try to cut off the run at home plate. Johnson looks at the first pitch low and inside. Johnson was 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored in the first game. After starting 0 for 2 in the first game, she's gotten hits in her last 4 plate appearances. Swings, knocks this ball foul, hit it hard. Gotta watch out there. Carly Brooks nearly got taken out at the ankles on a very low line drive.
If you're anywhere near that third base, even Coach Bennett over there, you got to be careful.
Definitely Coach Bennett back a little bit further than what is usual for a coach's box. Not sure if that's to give herself more reaction time. Off-speed pitch, low and inside. 2-1 now on Jamie Johnson. Tripled her last time up. That started off that 3rd inning for UNCP. She did come around to score on the RBI sac fly by Whitney Jackson last inning. 2-1. Swung on, grounded to 3rd. This one again comes up on Thompson. They'll throw home to get the force out. And that's the first out of the inning. So Johnson safe on the fielder's choice. Bases remain loaded, and Whitney Jackson will try her luck.
And looked like that line drive there might have came up and hit Thompson, in the mouth, but she did well to recover, focus, and make the out. Way to play through it.
Really not easy to play third base with as many good bats from the right side that the Braves have. Curveball misses outside on Whitney Jackson. Jackson had that RBI sac fly her last time up, reached on a fielder's choice in the first, and in the first game she was 2 for 4 with 2 runs batted in. Swings, hits this ball in the air towards second base, and the catch made by Sosa, and there's 2 away.
It just looked like she might have got jammed up a little bit on that one. Ball just really never left the bat.
Well, off the bat, it looked like it might be headed towards the outfield, but a lot of backspin on it, and it stayed in the infield. A pretty easy play for Sosa. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Abby Walters at the plate. Braves down by 3. Armstrong's pitch. Misses high. Very promising start to this inning. Bases loaded, no outs. Give Jana Kelby Armstrong a lot of credit. Nothing across yet. The 1-0 to Walters. Swung on. Launched into right field. Going back is Buckley. She can't get to it. 2 runs will score. Here comes the 3rd run. Is scoring from first is Johnson. It's a triple for Abby Walters, and the Braves have tied the game.
Ooh, big play there. You can't ask for a much better result than that one coming from Walters.
A 3-run triple for Abby Walters, and we're all even 5-5.
And the crowd is loving it, Cameron. It is getting a little noisy here at LRA Field.
This inning not over yet. Here's Taylor Gerhardt.
And Cameron, I don't understand this trend of runs being scored in spurts with 2 outs left. You typically assume that the inning's about over with 2 outs, but they are making do.
Ground ball hit back up the middle. It's through. Gerhardt knocks in the go-ahead run as Walters crosses home plate. 6-5 UNCP. RBI single, Taylor Gerhardt. For Gerhardt, that's RBI number 36. But Walters starting to put some distance between herself and Gerhardt after the 3-run triple. As now Abby Walters has 40 runs batted in this season. Tony Nelson comes to the plate. She's the 8th Braves batter this inning. They've plated 4 runs to take the lead. Gerhardt, the runner on first. She's off on the pitch. The throw down to second into center field, and it's a stolen base for Taylor Gerhardt. Not only was the throw offline, as it was well off towards the second base side, didn't look like Montevallo figured out who was supposed to be covering the base there.
Yeah, just a bad miscommunication there, and they're lucky it only cost them 1 base.
That's another thing, another difference between baseball and softball. In baseball, a lot more often a throw will get into center field and be a problem. In softball, because of the short dimensions, the center fielder can come up throwing. It's not a very long throw over to third. The 2-0 pitch to Nelson takes on the inside corner, called a strike. Gerhardt is on second. The Braves up by 1 now in the bottom of the 4th. Armstrong's 2-1 pitch. Low and inside. 3 balls, 1 strike to Tony Nelson. He had an RBI double her last time up. Last inning. Got the Braves their first 2 runs. Nelson lofts this ball into center field. Duke under it makes the catch. There's the 3rd out. But the Braves, 4 big runs in the inning. They take a 6-5 lead after 4 innings. Top of the 5th coming up next. We'll be right back. Top of the 5th, the Braves have scored the last 6 runs. They bounce back from a 5-0 deficit to take the 6-5 lead. With Brendan Blakeney, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us for UNCP Softball Senior Day at LRA Field. It's a gorgeous day for a ball game. And if you're not here in the stands, we're glad you're joining us on the stream. Shelby Lopez will lead off. She'll be followed by Marissa Sosa and Caitlin Thompson. That's the 5, 6, and 7 hitters in the Falcons batting order for this game. Abby Walters in the circle after helping out her own cause with a 3-run triple last inning. Tied the game.
And it's interesting when you see a player in a position like that that can just affect the game in multiple areas.
Well, she is one of the Braves' top hitters. The top in batting average, doubles, triples, runs batted in. and also the team leader in ERA. This ball hit well into the left center field gap by Lopez. She has a stand-up double to start Montevallo's half of the 5th. Diving effort by Cox in left field, just a bit short.
Yeah, she almost came up with an incredible play there out and left.
So the tying run on second base for Marissa Sosa. 1 for 2 with an RBI single in this game after she didn't play in the first game. That's strike 2. Important for Walters to settle back down after giving up the well-hit double to Lopez. This one just misses. The 1-2 offering. Fouled away. Walters with her 1-2 pitch. Misses upstairs, and a nice stop behind home plate by Nelson. I think she almost expected that to get past her. Kind of looked at her glove like, oh, look, I caught it.
Yeah.
2-2, hit in the air towards the right side. Epperson in right field makes the catch. Tagging up is Lopez. She'll get over to third. And now with just one away, the Falcons have the tying run on third base.
Epperson out there earning her keep at right field. The new entry into the game.
Yeah, she's just playing defense in this one. Abby Walters was in right field in the first game. Now with Walters in the circle, the Braves need someone to play right field. And the duty falls to Epperson. First pitch, a called strike to Caitlin Thompson. 1 for 2 in this one. 1 for 2 in the first game as well. And she's consistent. 1 for 2 in each game with an RBI single.
Can't be mad at 500, especially not in this sport.
The 0-1 grounded down the third base line. They'll call it a foul ball. Johnson was ready to throw over to first to get the out. That would have been huge because it would have held the runner over at third as well. Kind of hard to go when the person who is holding the ball is standing in front of you and would be tagging you out if you tried to score.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely a wise move for her to stay there.
0-2 is popped up shallow center field. Jackson will make the catch, coming up throwing, and there is no way Lopez can try to score on that. An absolute cannon from Jackson in center field. Right on the money, too.
Yeah, she would have been fraud at home plate if she would have attempted to score on that one. Very wise to just wait on the next attempt. Maybe see if Buckley can put something in play here.
Now the sac fly no longer an option with 2 away. Kendra Buckley at the plate. She's 1 for 2 in this one with an RBI single. Takes high and away. Now, Brandon, you said she would have been fried if she had tried to score?
Yeah, definitely would have been fraud done.
See, my go-to term there is toast, so I think it's a key thing. I'm more of a breakfast guy.
Oh. Well, that is the most important meal of the day, Cameron.
And it's really rich with sports metaphors as well.
True.
And, you can talk about balance. You can talk about bread and butter. Ground ball hit to short. Gerhardt throws out Buckley, and the run does not score. Montevallo gets a runner into scoring position to start the inning. Can't bring her home. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. Braves up 6-5.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
"6-5 UNCP as we get rolling in the bottom of the fifth. Savannah Melvin, Carly Brooks, and Lexi Cox do up this inning as the Braves have scored the last 6 runs in this game. See if they can continue getting to the Montevallo bullpen. Jenna Kelby Armstrong is the pitcher for Montevallo. She came in relief of starter Jocelyn Rivera last inning. Rivera had the 2 scoreless innings in the first game to start. Had 2 scoreless innings to start this game, gave up 2 in the third, and then gave up the leadoff double to start the fourth. The coaching staff from Montevallo decided to pull her, perhaps save her for the last 2 games of Montevallo season. They'll play tomorrow against North Georgia.
Yeah, and when you don't have a whole lot of depth or faith in your bullpen, you know, you have to make decisions like that with your aces and pick your spots.
And Melvin will lead off for UNCP. Freshman first baseman from Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Not too far from our beautiful campus here, about 40 minutes.
Cape Fear High School, one of the stronger regional softball programs.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And they get nice weather down there, so.
Well, the weather ended up getting nicer here. It was frankly cool to start this action. Hot shot hit to short. Clark to throw to first just in time. Beats Melvin by a step.
It's especially cooler on our end, you know, being in the press box, kind of isolated from the nice sunshine.
Being in the shade makes a huge difference. In the sun with a gentle breeze when the wind is not blowing too strong, as opposed to being in the shade when the wind is really whipping. It's a huge difference.
Gosh, it makes all the difference.
To be out there in the field, I'm sure it's very comfortable. Brooks fouls this one off to the right side.
I mean, you look around and you see a variety of attire in the crowd. I mean, you have some people in shorts and T-shirts and flip-flops, then there's the people with big jackets, kind of like myself.
It's one thing to look at the crowd. The players, I don't see a single long-sleeve shirt. Sometimes you see the players in the dugouts wearing sweatshirts. That's not the case. It's much nicer out there on the field than up here in the shade.
Yeah.
But we're toughing it out for you, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to the sacrifices we make.
Do it for the game and the fans.
Foul ball hit by Brooks as she stays alive. Brooks is 1 for 1 at the plate in this one. Walked her first time up and also has a double. That double led off last inning. And she puts this one in play into center field. Off the end of the bat, a defensive 2-strike swing, but it's a base hit. It's the 3rd base hit of the day for Brooks after she went 1 for 3 in the first game. 2 for 2 now in the second game. Lexi Cox now 0 for 1 in this game, 0 for 2 with a walk in the first game. She also walked once in this game. So looking for that first base knock.
Yeah, we'll see if she can get it here. It's a prime opportunity.
Big swing, she puts it in the air to right field, and the full extension, Buckley can't make the catch. Now some aggressive base running. Cox will get to second, and Brooks all the way over to third. Well, Brooks had to wait up and see if that ball was going to be caught, and well, that's when the batter doesn't, so that she almost ran up her back.
There's just a nice execution of the single file line right there. You learn it in kindergarten and you never forget.
It looks like we'll get another pitching change here for Montevallo. We'll step aside as the new pitcher will warm up. Well, she kind of jumped the gun a little bit. Now she's finally allowed to hand the ball off. Warm-up toss is coming up, and we'll be right back with this new Montevallo pitcher. The new pitcher for Montevallo is Abby Pratt. Pratt, a freshman from Greenwood, Indiana, out of Center Grove High School, comes in with a 5.64 ERA. We saw her in the first game. She faced 5 batters, recorded 1 out, gave up 2 hits, 4 runs, and all of them were earned. She also walked 1. That's tough.
Definitely a tough outing. Not what you imagine, but she's getting another crack at it. Her team's called on her again, and we'll see if she can perform under pressure.
Inherits a situation with 2 runners in scoring position, 1 out. Morgan Davis at the plate and takes on the outside corner for a called strike. So we've seen the same 3 pitchers, granted in slightly different order for Montevallo, in games 1 and 2. The 0-1. Outside corner again. Strike 2 called. Same spot, same call.
It's a good-looking pitch there, and seems like she's just coming in this second game a little bit more confident and settled than she did in her first effort.
Here's the 0-2. Tried to get the outside corner again, a little bit too far this time. You can see, at least I think you can see what she's thinking, is that Davis is a lefty with a slap approach, so if you try to go on the outside corner, by the time she'd be making contact, she's kind of already leaning out towards first. The 1-2. Swung on, hit in the air towards left field. It drops in, and then takes a weird bounce. Gets away. That'll score a run. Morgan Davis with the RBI single, and scores Carly Brooks on what I can best describe as just a funky hop.
That was just an unfortunate bounce for the left fielder out there, Davila, and there's really not much you can do about that play.
It looked like it got caught right on the lip between the dirt and the grass.
Yeah.
The runner on second was Lexi Cox. There was really no place she could go. So she stays on second. Davis over on first, and the Braves go up 7-5. Strike 1 called to Jamie Johnson. We're back to the top of the order again. Braves beginning their 4th cycle through the batting order. Jamie Johnson also batted 4 times in the first game, going 2 for 4. She's 2 for 3 in this one. The 0-1 catches the outside corner. No balls, 2 strikes. As the crowd at LRA Field expressing that they disagree with the call from our home plate umpire.
They're never shy to share their opinions.
Johnson fouls this one away. No balls, 2 strikes, still to count.
And Strickland has done well so far in this sequence, getting ahead in the count early.
Swung on, fouled off again by Johnson. Jamie Johnson at the plate, Whitney Jackson on deck. Still just 1 out. Runners on first and second for the Braves in the bottom of the 5th. See if they can add some more insurance runs as we head down the home stretch. Timed up, knocked into right field, a base hit for Jamie Johnson. Holding up the runner, Cox stays at third. And probably a smart play, even though the throw got away at home. Base is now loaded for senior Whitney Jackson.
And that was an impressive little blooper right there that Johnson was able to drop in. She waited on it. She was really patient, and it kind of seemed like she thought about maybe taking the pitch, but at the last minute pulled the trigger, and it resulted in a positive ending.
That's 2 strike hitting, and I think also an understanding of the setting, knowing that the wind blowing in. Not going to try to hit a lot of home runs today. This ball lined to short, and doubled off as Cox took off. That ends the inning.
Unfortunate.
So the Braves score just 1 in the 5th inning. We'll go to the top of the 6th when we come back, 7-5 UNCP.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Montevallo will have their 9, 1, and 2 hitters due up in the 6th. Darby Duke, Celestia Davila, and Shelby Clark. But the Braves doubled their lead last inning. They went from being up 1 to being up 2. But, Brandon, that's not comfortable.
No, not comfortable at all. And I would definitely say Montevallo is very close to striking range. Only 2 runs down.
We saw them get 4 in 1 inning. They had 1 in the first, 4 in the third. But now the Braves have scored the last 7 runs. 7 runs on 13 hits for UNCP, but also 3 errors by the Black and Gold. Montevallo with 5 runs on 7 hits and 1 error.
And it seemed like those errors kind of bit them early in the game for both teams, but last few innings they've kind of settled down into this one. Couple hard hit balls, but we'll see how it plays out.
This one chopped off home plate, scooped up by Walters. The underhand flip to first, and plenty of time for the out.
The importance of the hand flip we were just talking about.
Back to the top of the order, Celestia Davila comes to the plate. 0 for 3 in this one, reached on an error in the first and came around to score. She was also 0 for 3 in the first game. Davila came in hitting .341. Imagine she's due for a base knock sooner rather than later. Popped up behind home plate. Nelson, mask on, still makes the catch. 2 outs. Don't take those when you can record outs without the ball being put in play. Also, not too many pitches either for Abby Walters, getting some of these outs. Shelby Clark comes up to hit now. 2 away, bases empty. Swings at the first pitch, drops it into left field, and it's a 2-out single for Shelby Clark. She has 2 straight hits after starting out hitless.
Big hit there, and the reason I say that is because both of these teams have been able to do a lot with 2 outs here, especially with the top of these lineups coming up.
This is the number 3 hitter, Lady Sarah Federico, designated player in the Falcons lineup in Game 2. She started at catcher in Game 1. She's 1 for 2 at the plate in this game, also has walked once. Grounds it towards third off the glove of Johnson. Gerhardt scoops it up, not going to be able to make a throw. That is a base hit.
And that's just something you do not see at third base from Johnson. Her 2nd error on the day.
Well, I believe they're scoring that a base hit, but it was a tough play. She really had to range to her left. Now the problem is, this brings up Kelsey Vining, and this is what the Braves want to talk about right now. Vining has been a dominant hitter this season. Comes into the game with a .491 batting average. She's 1 for 2 at the plate in this game. But it's hard to imagine improving on a .491 average. What she did in the first game is her average was about .490, went 1 for 2 in the first game. Takes low there.
Yeah, I think she hits the ball a little bit.
You could say that. You could say that, yeah. 56 hits on the season. That includes some missed time with an injury.
And that's just crazy production. She's just efficient behind the plate. If you could have 9 of those, gosh.
If you could have 9 players who were hitting above 400, you would not lose a lot of games.
I wouldn't think so. Goodness.
The 3-0. That's in there for a called strike. Very interesting to see how Walters has pitched her here, because you do have a base open, but you don't want to walk the bases loaded, even with 2 outs. And there's called strike 2.
That's a big pitch there to work the full count. Way to battle back by Walters on the rubber. Not backing down.
3-2, 2 outs. The pitch. That's ball 4. After all that,
The build-up.
the build-up, and then there's the walk. So now the base is loaded for Shelby Lopez. The tying run is on second in the form of Lady Sarah Federico. The go-ahead run for Montevallo is on first with Vining.
And it's like when the Falcons get 2 outs, that's when the offense decides to come alive.
And not just 2 outs, but in this inning, especially 2 very quick outs. But a couple hits, a walk. And now the bases are loaded. Shelby Lopez takes strike 1. That's very important. Bases loaded. It's very important to start out the next hitter with a strike. Walters with the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded foul. Make it 0-2. Good contact, though, from Lopez.
Yeah, she's seeing the ball really well. Pulled it a bit. She's down 0-2. We'll see if what kind of strategy she goes with.
Walters is ready. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Skied out towards left field in foul territory. That gets over the fence foul. Falcons have left 6 runners on base so far. They've got 3 on the bases right now. 5 runs on 9 hits for Montevallo. 7 runs on 13 hits for the Braves.
And that's something you just don't want to do. You can't do. If you were trying to win ball games, is leave stranded base runners.
Change up there from Walters. It's a little bit low. That ball seemed to take forever to reach home plate. It was a little bit low. That's when gravity starts to take effect. It's going so slow that it just kind of drops.
True.
The 1-2 popped up in the infield. At second base, it's Davis, and she makes the catch. Falcons leave the bases loaded, and the Braves' 7-5 lead is intact. Bottom of the 6th inning coming up next. UNCP with the lead. Braves up 7-5 as we get rolling in the bottom of the 6th. Last chance for UNCP to add some more insurance runs before that all-important 7th inning. The Braves look to complete the sweep of Montevallo in today's doubleheader, Senior Day in Pembroke. And it's hard to imagine a better send-off for your seniors. You win both games on a gorgeous day that gives you the momentum going forward into the first trip to the conference tournament since 2011. It's been a very feel-good kind of story, UNCP softball this year.
It has, and these ladies have to be stoked. And, I mean, depending on what day it is, these ladies have displayed the talent to play with some of the best teams in the nation. So a postseason run has to be in the mindset of these ladies going forward.
Right now they're right on the cusp of sneaking into the regional tournament, and a strong showing at the Peach Belt Conference tournament could give them the last little boost they need. 8 teams make the region tournament. The Braves right now right at about 9th. As Walter swings at the first pitch, fouls it off, out of play to the right side. It's Abby Pratt in the circle for Montevallo here in the 6th inning. 3rd different pitcher they've used in this game. It's the same 3 pitchers they used in the first game. Problem with the conference tournament is the 0-1 pitch misses high. is that it's a single elimination format. So the Braves make the trip to Milledgeville. They've already clinched a trip to the Peach Belt Conference Tournament. If they win here, they can't do worse than 5th. And we'll also do some scoreboard watching in terms of what Georgia College does. If UNCP is either the 4 or the 5, Georgia College will be the other one.
Yeah, so, I mean, seeding is important, but you kind of already assume who you're going to play in the first round. So, pretty evenly matched team. Should be a good matchup moving forward.
It will be played at Georgia College's home field, but UNCP could be the home team if they finish with the better seed. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Abby Walters to lead off the 6th inning for UNCP. But then the winner of that game would take on number 1 seed North Georgia, assuming they ultimately defeat 8th seeded Lander.
Yeah, and they're going to be a tough out, that's for sure.
Off the inside part of the bat, and a nice catch on the run by Sosa over at second base robs Abby Walters of a would-be bloop base hit.
Yeah, heck of a play there. But honestly, you go 45-6 in any sport, you got to be pretty excited about that.
But that single elimination format for a tournament definitely can lead to some more interesting results.
Very true. Surprising they don't go with the series format, but you only have to be better that one night, so anything can happen.
Gerhardt fouls this off into the screen. I think the reason for sticking with a single elimination format is A, to make it more interesting, and B, I think also just to keep the time and travel costs down.
True.
0-1 pitch.
Oof. You could hear the glove snap a little bit on that one.
That one had some pace to it.
Yeah.
Abby Pratt bringing it. Didn't throw a lot of pitches in that first game. She faced just 5 batters. Here's the 1-1.
Bringing the heat in game
Strike
2.
Yeah. But with an 8-team conference tournament, assuming you could play all day, if the field has lights and teams that could play multiple games a day, it's still a little surprising that you don't go with a double elimination.
Yeah, or at least you know the 3 games. That's really surprising to me as well. Maybe something to keep an eye on in the future.
I mean, part of the problem with a double elimination format is that it can kind of drag on at the end. But with softball, teams so used to playing 2 games in a day.
Yeah, exactly.
If you needed to play a 3rd game in a day, I don't think it would be out of the question. At travel ball levels, as this ball grounded towards third, Thompson comes up throwing, but she throws it away. And that's an error on the third baseman Thompson, as it allows Gerhardt to advance to second.
Really surprised she didn't just eat it there.
Make that 2 errors on the play. There was an error on the fielding, and then an error on the throw. So now there's a tie in one column on the scoreboard. It's in the error column, 3 apiece. Yeah, just wrapping up that thought on the conference tournament. Players and coaches might tell you, yeah, it's important to focus on health and not play so much in such a short time. But in a small burst, if you needed to play 3 games in one day, I think you could do it.
Yeah. I mean, you get the right amount of rest, hours in between, and it can be done.
Strike 2 called on the outside corner on Nelson. Nelson's 1 for 3 in this game, after she went 0 for 1 in the first game with 2 runs batted in.
She's still finding a way to contribute.
3 total RBI this afternoon over the course of the 2 games. RBI hit by pitch in the first game, also an RBI sac fly, and also has, in this second game, an RBI double. 7-5 Braves lead, 1 out, bottom of the 6th inning. Runner on second is Taylor Gerhardt. This ball fouled away. Nelson at the plate, Melvin on deck. Carly Brooks in the hole if the Braves can keep the inning going. A 2-run lead is nice, but 3 or 4 would feel a lot more comfortable, as the Braves will be playing some defense in the 7th inning, barring a monster inning here in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, you want to just add those little few extra runs, as much cushion as possible late in games, the better you feel.
2-2 on the way. Swung on and missed. As good pitch by Pratt. Blows it past Nelson. It's the second out.
That was a big cut. Just missed it.
Her eyes got wide there on a rise ball on the outer half.
Thing had some movement on it.
Here's Savannah Melvin, still looking for her first hit today. 0 for 3 in the first game, 0 for 3 so far in this one.
Yeah, and I think it'll be big for her to get something going in this one. I mean, the freshman coming in, starting a lot of games.
Future very bright for Savannah Melvin. Batting average at about .240 coming into today's game. Melvin does have 19 runs batted in on the season, 4 long balls.
That's pretty
1-1
impressive.
count.
Not a bad start to her collegiate career. The only freshman in this lineup as well.
Pretty good recruiting class for UNCP this year. Melvin representing it well.
And that's something that's good too. You don't always get immediate impact from your freshmen, even on this level. A lot of times they take a few years to develop and get used to how things are run in the program. But
1-2 pitch, strike 3 looking on the outside corner. So the Braves do get a runner on second, can't do anything with it. And their 2-run lead is what they will have to work with in the top of the 7th. We'll be right back on the Braves Broadcast Network.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
It comes down to this, UNCP softball on senior day against Montevallo. Braves up 7-5. The Falcons need 2 to tie and keep this game going in the 7th inning. With Brandon Blakeney, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us all day, UNCP softball. Braves won the first game 9-1 in 5 innings by way of the mercy rule. Marissa Sosa will lead things off, followed by Caitlin Thompson and Kendra Buckley. That's the 6, 7, and 8 spots in the batting order for the Falcons today.
They're going to come in and see if they can extend this game some for the away team.
First pitch high and away. Abby Walters still in the circle for the black and gold. He will look to go the distance here in game 2 of the doubleheader. This ball hit right back up the middle. Walters knocks it down, picks it up, throws to first in plenty of time. 1 away.
And see, that's what you like to see there. Cool, calm, and collected. She knew she had time, and she didn't try to fire it 100 miles per hour at the first baseman. She just collected it, smooth gather for the out.
So Caitlin Thompson comes up to bat now for Montevallo. Sophomore from Huntington Beach, California. Thompson has an RBI single in this game. He's 1 for 3. Grounds this ball, a slow roller to short. Gerhardt gathers, throws, 2 outs.
feel like
nice
we've seen
job.
this before, Cameron.
Just a nice job by Walters, keeping the pitch count down, keeping the ball down in the zone, making it really difficult for Montevallo to get base hits. So it's up to Kendra Buckley. Falcons down to their final out. Buckley's 1 for 3 at the plate in this game. 2 outs, bases empty. Going inside on the first pitch from Walters. Buckley from San Diego, California, at Steel Canyon High School. The 1-0 pitch, grounded foul. That might have actually grazed her legs. It scooted out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs. Braves up 7-5 in the 7th inning. Walters looking to finish the complete game. The 1-2. Grounded towards third. The throw to first in time, and the Braves win.
Nice.
7-5 in the second game on Senior Day. The Braves take both against Montevallo, and they improve to 27-23-1. And, excuse me, they improve to 28-23-1, 14-10 in the Peach Belt Conference. And they take both on Senior Day. What a feeling that's got to be.
Yeah, great effort there showed by the home team defending their turf and getting 2 wins for these spectacular seniors and all they've given to this program.
So the Braves close out their play at LRA Field with some very nice wins. Obviously, 9-1 in the first game in 5 innings. This one a little bit closer, 7-5 in the second game. And the Braves will start getting ready for the Peach Belt Conference Tournament next weekend, April 22nd and 23rd in Milledgeville, Georgia. Live stats and live video will be available for that. Obviously, it won't be us, as we will be at the Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships starting Thursday, April 21st. We'll also have it on the 22nd and the 23rd. Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships is our next broadcast. For more information, visit uncpbraves.com. And, of course, here on the YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button for everything UNCP Braves. For my partner, Brandon Blakeney, and our entire crew, this is Cameron Songer saying thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of your day.